behind the paint. Every mugshot a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. Broken cup, broken dreams, broken lies. Neon lights flicker like alibis. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Footsteps echo, boots on tile. Silent screams crawl 1,000 miles. Stale smoke and regret hang in the air. Every face a mask, no one place fair. Spell the coffee, spell the truth. Every state a story proof. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Who's the liar? Who's the saint? Who's the sinner behind the paint? Every mugshot a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before mugshot, a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. Screams crawl 1,000 miles. Stale smoke and regret hang in the air. Every face a mask, no one place fair. Spell the coffee, spell the truth. Every state a story proof. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, no escape, no way. The secrets spill out before the break of day. Who's the liar? Who's the saint? Who's the sinner behind the paint? Every mugshot a shattered soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole. True crime cafe whispers in the night. Truth hides in shadows under buzzing light. True crime cafe, secret soul. Every corner hides a darkened hole. Darkened hole.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business once again, guys. Welcome back to part 5 of the full read of these ISP reports coming out via the University of Idaho murder case. Thank you all for joining me and being here with us today. I do appreciate you all so very much. Thank you to my blue crew for being here, guys. Please make sure to share this out. Hit the like button on your way through the door. Let's get into this mess, guys, because that's what it is. One big old mess. And you know what comes next. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys. All you awesome meatballs and then some. Great to see you all here, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door and share this out if you would. Please and thank you. I appreciate you. It says we got 371 peeps in here with 30 likes. Let's see if we can make that match a little, folks. Please and thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys. And I've decided we're going to cut this down a bit, folks. I'm not going to run you guys 4 hours with this blank, 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 blank crap. We'll make it a couple hours. Get out what we can, and however long it takes us to get through all of these, we will do what we got to do. But I'm not going to make you guys do that. That's crazy. We'll just keep on coming back till we get through them. That's all. That way, we got other stuff I got to be reporting on too. So I'll be mixing and matching that up, jumping into some other stuff here. Maybe later. We'll see. Truth and Transparency. Miss Lana's going to be doing another show that I want to hop over there for later too, about the case that we've been covering in Letcher County, about Mickey Steins and Kevin Mullins. That's starting to heat up a little bit too, folks. So we'll be jumping back into that and some other stuff going on all over the world. I just can't focus on this as much as we need to get all this truth out. We will keep doing this until we get these done, but I got to do some other stuff too. So feel like I'm slacking when it comes to that. So come on in, grab a seat if you will. Welcome back, SRBBB, the Canadian Cat Lady. Always happy to see you. Lisa Wilson, welcome back. Ken Corbett, great to see you, my friend. Gen 7, welcome back. I'm sorry if I gave you a headache last night, Jen. My apologies. That is never, ever, ever what I want to do, but I'm glad to see you're still here. Hope Norris, great to see you. Simply Solo, great to see you back. Jane Giori, welcome back. Eddie's here today. Good. Maybe he can jump up here with me. Paka Jewel, good to see you, my friend. William Tardy, welcome back. Miss Sandra, always a pleasure. The Reality with Miss Krista Marie, great to see you, Krista. Thank you for being here. Bemmy Rose, welcome back. Need some Z's? So do I. Good Lord Almighty. welcome back. Let me see. Mega stars in the house. Yvonne Poole, great to have you here. What the bug? I love that name. Yo, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Yvonne Poole, once again, good to see you. I think I said already. Me's back. Welcome back to you. Josie Joe, what's happening, girl? Good to see you today. Let me see here. Show. P Fox, welcome. Great to see you. Mana. Well, that wasn't very nice, SRB. It'll wake everybody up. Miss Charlene 101, welcome back. Good to see you today. 300 laps, first in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Mittens for Kittens, you too. Welcome back. 300 laps, first one in the door. That was awesome. Good to have you here today. Mr. Robert True Crime Unleashed, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Mark Schumann, welcome back to you. And of course, let's see here. Simply Solo, Yinzal. I think I got everybody. Beach Babe, welcome back. Good to see you. Excuse me. Miss Tammy, welcome. Good to see you. Not yet. I'm waiting for her to send me an email back, Tammy. I do a 0 on the sides. I do, Josie. I don't like hair. It gets all. I don't like looking like a bum. Drives me nuts. So yes, I fade down to it with a 0. Oh, I got you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get it. That whole court TV thing was a mess. Pissed me off to no end. Miss Kiki's in the house. Swamp Rose, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Always happy to see you here. Let me go ahead and pin that to the chat. Yes, court TV. That was a joke. Those people make me sick. Matt M. Lowe, welcome back. Tomboy Charm flying in. Great to see ya. It's all good, SRB. I bet if it was rap, you'd say you liked it. Heather Nay, welcome back. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us today. Yes, agreed, Heather. Agreed. Agreed. Like I said, at the end of that whole thing, when it's all said and done, I feel like Mickey Steins is probably going to be looked at like a hero, folks, to be truly honest, because he did probably save a lot of people's lives in a lot of senses. So, yeah. Moonlit Baby, hello and welcome back, Becky. Good to see you again. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that very much. Welcome to all that. I see a lot of new faces. Welcome to all of the new faces. Please make yourselves at home. And everybody, as we always do, please make everybody feel welcome and comfortable as if this is their home, because that is what we do here. My door is open to everybody. It's an amazing community, and everybody is welcome, please. Even people that have differing opinions than what we would, they will be treated with respect as everyone else is. And give me 1 minute, never fails. 1 second.
Hey guys. Let me mute those. There we go. Where am I? Maybe not. There we go. I feel like I'm looking down. How's everybody doing? Eddie, you there?
I'm here.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Looks like it's just our show today.
Yeah, we should just take over.
There you go.
Who needs them now? Oh my God, these docs are crazy. Guys, like I don't even know.
All right, welcome. Well, how'd you guys sneak in here without me? That's crazy.
I don't know how we got here without you, actually.
What's happening, Krista? Edward, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me.
Good to see you again.
Inside your bones, witchy. I don't think anybody else slid in here. That was the boss lady. I had to answer that one. True Seeker. I think I got everybody else, guys. Again, please make sure to hit that like button. Oh, well, then there we go. Okay. I don't understand what's going on. We got 412 peeps in here with 686 likes. So be it. Whatever happens, whatever works. I'm not complaining. Yes, I left the door open. Shame on me. Anyway, so like I said, guys, we're on part number 5 of this read. We went through some yesterday, and then last night we went and talked about a little bit of it, different things, so on and so forth. Got myself all pissed off for no reason.
Oh, I got pissed off listening to you. So
TV and their stupidity.
No, there's a reason, Dangle.
There. And once again, I just had to make sure I said, and I will be saying from the rest of this case, for anybody that's out there telling more bullshit and lies, even though it's been proven to be, shut up.
Yep.
And sit down. That's it. Those are my words from here.
Dangle, there's a good reason. And this might upset you even more, but
I think we have 5.
Like I've been trying to say,
days left to see if Brian does anything. We'll see what happens.
Dangle, can you hear me?
It is what it is. Either way, this is still insanity. What goes on in this town, this area?
Can you hear me?
That have
I can hear you, Krista.
He can't hear us.
Interesting.
Huh?
If you can hear me, you're muted.
I'm muted.
I'm not on my end.
But, and Eddie, you're talking. I don't hear you either. Hold on a minute, guys. I might have done something. Hold on.
He's blocked us.
I know.
Nope, that has nothing to do with it. What is going on?
Let me check mine too.
I don't hear you guys for some weird reason.
Audio?
Still?
Mic rate working?
And
hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
I can hear you, Dangle.
Wait, hold on. Let me speak. Yes.
What the hell? Say something.
Dago.
No, I did hear you when you first started talking, but I don't hear you now. What the hell
Does
happened?
Chad hear us? Chad hears everyone.
1 minute, folks.
I
was wondering why Eddie hadn't said nothing.
We were.
I've been talking.
Mic's working. Mike. You hear me?
We can hear you fine, Krista.
Okay.
My
mic's okay.
Try it again.
Dago.
We're still talking away, Dago.
Always me. Now do it.
Dago.
We're still here.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Jesus. Sorry, guys.
Good.
Audio stuff. You can hear me okay then? Good.
Just fine.
All right. So welcome again, Eddie, since I didn't hear you before. Good to have you here, buddy.
Thanks for having me again.
Anytime, every time. Jesse Scholl, good morning, sir. Good to see you as well. Keep it real in the house. What's happening? Michael Green and your chili chicken. Good to see you, sir.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. What I was saying when you couldn't hear me was this might even upset you even more.
Okay.
About, your discussion last night and what you've been kind of touching on the last couple live streams is, and I've been saying this for, I don't know how long too now, probably over 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope people can start seeing it. But what's even more upsetting is that they know that he's innocent. And that's why they're doing it.
Yeah. That's a big deal. That's a big issue. They have to know. That's why I think that's a good point, Eddie, because, and I think that folks, we've been asking ourselves, why are they still running this narrative, even though Brian's already in prison, everything's done, supposedly, you know, so on and so forth. Well, I think that right there is why they keep running this narrative, because they do know that he's innocent. Okay. If that, maybe that don't make sense the way I just said that, but if you think about it for a minute, think about that. If they know that he's innocent of these crimes, they know that we know. So they have to, just like with my son's autistic. You guys have heard that now. Okay. He struggled a whole lot in math. Okay. So I had to repeatedly go over the same thing with him again and again and again and again to get it stuck. They're trying to do the same thing to us. They're trying to get it stuck. It's not going to happen. If we keep telling them this narrative and run this narrative and run this narrative, eventually they're going to believe it. No, we're not stupid people. That's the difference. Okay. So, and maybe that was a bad instance to use. I was just trying to think of something quick, but that's the whole point, folks. You know, any ruler welcome.
It's really upsetting because the more I think about like what you said about your son and all, like I think about Brian, like what if he really just didn't know what to do? You know, what if he really just was like, you know, he was like I said earlier, like think of the long game. Like I feel like that he was afraid to go to trial. They would definitely maybe pay off that jury, and then he would get see the death penalty, and then maybe they push that date up on him before he could even fight it. You know what I mean? Before he gets the chance to free himself.
Well, you just made a monstrous point that I've been trying to make when everybody's asking why he did this.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at what's happened so far. Look at what's gone down with everything that's happened so far. Okay. If you were him, any of you, welcome, Gaia. Good to see you. Would you trust a jury in this courtroom in this state?
No.
I wouldn't.
No.
And I'm not saying that the jurors would be bad people. All I'm telling you is that the way everything has unfolded from day one, the smorgasbord, for lack of better terms, of propaganda that's been played out with this guy, the fact that the man has been convicted in the court of public opinion from almost the first day that he was arrested. Okay. I would have no trust in the judicial system at this point, or in the state of Idaho to be able to bring in a jury that's going to be non-biased. I'm sorry, I wouldn't. Okay. I wouldn't trust that. I don't trust the judge. I don't trust the prosecuting team. I don't trust a jury. I don't trust the state at this point to give him a fair trial. So in turn, as a defendant in a case like this, I would be petrified. This is the death penalty. This is not a joke. Okay.
No.
So let's do what we got to do to get death penalty off the table and see what options I have down the road to maybe take care of the other side of this. That's why I feel like this happened like this.
I could see his mom begging him to not do that. Please, just let's fight this. Let's fight this another way. Please. Do we have to do to get the death penalty? I could see her being deathly afraid to lose her child, of course. Like, and then nobody. I can't believe that these docs that you're reading out loud, everybody else is reading out loud, we're all seeing the same thing. But then you have people still, like you said, still don't understand that this shit does not make sense. That 911 call delay, we've been saying for a long time. That is the most. And if you are an adult and you can't decipher between vampires and real life stranger danger, like you learned stranger danger in kindergarten. You know when a murderous person is in your house. You heard murderous shit. So what are we doing? Like, why are you need to get help? Like I would make my child get help. Did you hear this stuff and you didn't call 911? Is this real?
Well, there's more to that. Go ahead. What you were going to say, Eddie? I know you were going to say something, then I'll say what I'm going to say afterwards.
Yeah, I was just going to add, you know, and I know you heard me say this before, but as if, you know, you're not upset enough, but I can tell you that the judge knows that he's innocent too. And yeah, to your point, Dale, the state had Brian convicted ahead of time. There was nothing Ann Taylor or your privately hired, you know, high dollar attorney could have done. Hitler took away any possibility of defense before and would have declined everything that he would have been able to use at trial.
Agree. I mean, and like, okay, so just think too, like maybe because we're only reading what you said, maybe she was trying to tell the truth, and they're like, no, that's not what happened. No, this is what happened. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's why she sounds so confused. Because I'm just saying, I'm just trying to. This is the only other way I can think about looking at it is, like I said this before, if I'm going to give her any grace at all, it's going to be because she was threatened for her life or something. I don't know, but like I think I could see them saying, her trying to tell the truth about what really happened. They're like, no, this is what happened, really. This is, and her getting completely whacked and confused. You know what I'm saying? But seeing a murderous man in the house, like I don't know why you admit to that. Like, okay, also if you're going to try to cover this up and you didn't see anything, why would you admit to stuff like that? Like that's crazy. Like, did you not think to yourself afterward? I just told the cops that I saw the guy and I didn't call. Still, what was going on for that 8 hours? What was going on from 5 to freaking 12? What were they doing? And then, like, okay, dentist appointment. After the dentist appointment, what were we doing? It's like, I would want to get to the bottom of that, but it doesn't seem like, maybe they asked follow-up questions and we just haven't seen it yet. I don't know, but like, I have a lot of follow-up questions. And Bethany, I don't really feel like every time I hear a statement, I feel like it's Dylan's statement. I don't remember hearing Bethany's too much, unless they interviewed Dylan way more than they interviewed Bethany. I don't know. I'd find it strange that she wasn't a suspect, unless, like I said, we're only seeing the hearsay of what they're. I don't know. Did they go back and they watch the recorded interviews and that's how they take their notes? Or like what we're reading, is that just from the recorded? Watching the recorded interviews? Is it memory?
It's likely just paraphrasing and selecting, portions of it.
Like as she's interviewing them, like as they're being interviewed, are they typing this? Or are they writing it down? Or like what are they doing? Like they're recording.
Right, that's a good question. Is there a transcript of it?
Again, we're having issues with our phone service, and my mother-in-law is on our plan. They're trying to scam her into upgrading the plan and blah blah. It's just a bunch of shit. So my apologies. Welcome, Miss Candy.
Like those statements that we're reading, are they typed out as they're all right? So they're recording the interviews. I'm hoping, right? And then
we don't know.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Dylan and Bethany's aren't recorded.
Most of the reports that I read,
we haven't been able to see. There's no. Right. That's discovery. What we're reading here in these reports is not discovery. It's just hearsay.
Right. Okay. So does it? Okay.
They
messed up a little bit. The things she admitted to are kind of fucking weird. Like, if you're going to hide something, why are you admitting to seeing and hearing? And because I'm thinking now, maybe they're confusing her on purpose. Maybe she's trying to tell the truth.
That's exactly what they're doing. If you've listened to what Eddie has said, and then I kind of follow behind him with different things. They're taking what she's saying. Okay. Right. I mean, it's almost evident now. You can clearly almost see it. They're taking what she's saying and they're completely twisting it to fit to their narrative. Okay.
But it's just, saw.
Right. What SRB just said here is they're basically using this noting things to recreate a narrative. So that's why it took them so long with some of these reports to get these reports out. Okay. Because they had to come up with their story.
But how did they? So when they were interviewing her in the first place, were they writing it down, or what were they doing? If they weren't recording it, what were they doing?
Nobody knows. There's
nobody knows.
That's the problem. Answer that.
So when we find that, like, really, who does that in a 4-person murder? Who would do that
in a real world or in this case?
Yeah, right. The real world, everybody.
I know. We're like an upside down universe, right?
Listen, yes, as Eddie's been saying, in a right side up world, that would be what we would expect. This is not. This case is not like that. Every report that I pulled from Moscow's reports and in our documents, this and that, I've told you and I've read to you, there's nothing nothing recorded. Brett Payne did not record any of his interviews. It says it in the reports. He didn't do any of that kind of shit. Why would you not do that?
That is so fucking fucked up. You should
listen. Anne has said that they're hiding their entire case.
Yeah, because what we're seeing is bad enough. Can you imagine what we're not seeing?
So understand that what I'm reading to you today, Krista, is not true, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
To some extent. There may be little bits and pieces of truth in here. If you can take those and put those together all in a big mess that we have and sort it out, maybe you can come up with something, but we're not supposed to. That's why we're giving this stuff the way we are. And if you notice, as I get higher in numbers on these reports, there's more and more redacted.
Blanks. Yep. And I also don't understand how come there's no follow-up with these suspects?
None.
Is it because they found Brian all of a sudden, so no follow up with the other suspects?
Well, that
Why?
would give you. That's a normal investigation, hon. That's the problem. This
Yeah.
is not.
I mean, I don't. The rest of the world, especially, I can't stand it, Brian. And I'm like, how in court TV? Why are you saying different shit that we're saying? I don't know what you're saying, but like,
They're not. They're not.
says
being
Brian
different.
Koberger at all.
He knows
Nothing.
as much about it as you do. He's
Right, and they're
very
not
intelligent,
being-
and he knows that he's innocent.
I know he's innocent, and I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
that- he
I don't
does
know.
too.
I don't know if Vinny does. I don't know if Vinny does at this point. I'm
Of course
confused.
they do. Of course they do. Listen, they're not allowed to have their own minds, their own thoughts on it.
He keeps saying he is, but I don't believe it.
They have to give you whatever story their producer tells them to give us to ensure that they get their paycheck. Period. Okay.
Mm-mm.
They can have their own thoughts, but they're not allowed to tell you about it. They're not allowed to put it out in a report. Period.
Damn.
And that's the problem. So that is why I'm sitting screaming and yelling at people to shut up and sit down, because they're just running with that stupid narrative that's been debunked already.
Yeah. And it's still, Brian did not stalk him. He picked it at random, allegedly. If it's Brian, like whoever, it was picked at random. That's what your stupid Santa Claus guy said, people. You don't even have to read the docs to know that. I mean, they said that shit.
And understand. Shit, I just lost my thought. Damn it.
Sorry.
Keep going. Go ahead. Brett Bell has 2 felonies being fired with Cummings, so sacrificed Tim Grand Theft Auto witnessed him to. Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
What do you do? Steal his cop car?
Who knows?
What
Who knows?
what
What?
are you
Most of
stealing?
a lot of these people are criminals that work for this law enforcement agency.
You're
That's the
young.
sad
How
part.
could you be that much of a criminal? You're young as like. I mean, they look like little punks to me. Rosie,
Welcome,
guy.
please.
It wouldn't be shocking if they were sleeping with one of them or trying to sleep with them or something. I don't know.
Well,
They're all over
that's
that.
what's going on in Electric County, so it's not something hard to believe.
Oh, that is nuts. That's the shit you were saying, right? The judge, the guy, the judge that got shot. Oh my God. Yeah.
In my opinion, whoever did these crimes really went out of their way to make it look like Jackson.
You know?
Well,
yeah.
Unless he has some involvement, gracefully. I agree with you.
But you know what? They wanted really badly to get in his apartment, remember? So was it because they wanted to set him up and he knew that, or because they think that he did? I mean, he's a good suspect at the point.
Well, I mean, he would have been a perfect suspect considering
Right.
the time that he spent with them and the fact that he wasn't in their friend group and all those other things. So yeah, I mean, think about everything opposite of the way it should be. Okay.
Yeah.
Think about that. And that's what you got. That's what's what happened.
Is he hoodie guy?
Yes, he's hoodie guy.
He's hoodie guy. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
and
Our first instincts were always right. Our first instincts about the 911 delay, we were right. Our first instincts about the roommates, we were right about that. Our first instincts about the hoodie guy, maybe we were almost right about that.
Brian's in the house. Good to see you, bro. Guy. And
Like,
yes,
who
you're
else
right.
would they have? Who else would? I mean,
Anything. Listen, in blatant terms, and to keep it like just as
yeah,
simple as it is, anything that you've ever seen in any other case, Krista,
yeah.
do not expect it in this case, because this is not. Eddie said from like day one, there was no investigation. This is not an investigation.
It's it's literally John O'Keefe, but I mean, Lana said it a long time ago. It's worse. She said this is worse.
Oh, it's way worse than.
And I was like, no way, you're crazy.
Listen,
No.
I thought that Delphi was going to be
You're
worse than this. I thought maybe this would open up, but Eddie's been here from day one, and he said, I'm telling you, Dago, this is how this is. This is how it's going to end up. He's been right at every turn. And I'm like, well, at some point, they're going to catch this. There's something's going to happen. Something's going to.
Yeah, well, guess what? My friend, the bug chick that's in this chat, she does crime too. She's telling me about a case. The girl's name is Tori Bethel. She said we should start looking at this soon.
Oh yeah, I know who that is.
Okay, yeah. She said she sent me all the links and like the GoFundMe stuff, and she's like, that's another one. She's like, they've completely railroaded this family. They've completely.
Well, there's so many of them out here that we're just okay. And society is so used to this being this way, and it's just supposed to be accepted.
I don't know, man. But
my biggest issue with this is if we accept this, it will happen to us. It can happen to us. It has happened to us. Look at Brian. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at Richard Allen. Look at what almost happened to Karen. I'm just saying.
And we have saying, Karen could be sitting in jail, and Brian has been.
Oh, right.
I mean, he was that whole time. We kept saying how awful it would be that Karen was sitting there the whole time. But this man has, and now he had to plead guilty, just like that. Richard.
Yes.
Is his name Richard Allen? I don't want to get. Did he plead guilty a couple times, right? Like,
No, he
they said
confessed.
he did, or-
He confessed, but that was under duress, in my opinion, and that was definitely squeezed out of him per se. He was drugged, and all sorts of other things were done to him. So in turn, but his wife is speaking out now, and it's going to come out. He got his appeal. I believe he got his appeal approved.
Oh, good.
And I believe that case, as long as they keep it the hell away from that judge in that area, that case will be flipped upside down, because there's there's less proof. Well, it's about even, in my opinion. There's about the same amount of proof in Delphi as there is in this case. Truly, that's my opinion.
Basically, he doesn't look like the guy he said that they said he was. He looks nothing
it's
like.
Not even that. Like, there's nothing connecting him to those girls. Period.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And that's the difference, right? Good Trouble. They tortured him into basically confessing. They threatened his family. They threatened him. There's an odonistic thing to this that they completely denied. I mean, it's a whole thing. So, and I still believe, folks, I know you've heard me say this, and I've covered both, that it's linked to the floor 4. I don't care what anybody says. At this point, I do believe that, and I have for a while. So just say it.
There was 4 other murders on the campus after this Idaho 4. They said everybody should have said this should be the Idaho 8.
There were 4 more. That's right. I found those out the other night.
What the? And how are we protecting the kid? How is arresting Brian protecting the university? The murders are happening on the university. I said that before. The 4 happened there. Now 4 more happened.
I have, welcome, Zakali. I have come to the conclusion at this point, and this is just me. You guys don't have to believe in this. And I can't truly explain to you why, because I've looked at a few different things that have brought me to this. I think, in my personal opinion, Brian Koberger was onto something that he shouldn't have been. I think Brian found something out, knowing that Brian was so intuitive and so interested in crime and things like that.
Yeah.
I think that he may have found something out, governmental, whether it be in Washington or Moscow or both, because they work together very closely with everything. They share the same 911 center, all of those things. And I think that Brian found out or was onto something and may have mentioned it to the wrong person. When he did that, it put him in the loophole, okay, to be basically to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We got to deal with this now, okay?
Or he was probably like, he probably said, officer, I'm good. Like you said, he's probably trying to do the right thing, and he's all interested in all that into true crime. He wants to be part of law enforcement, and not realizing, hey, what
he stumbled into was something he didn't. If he would have never, and that's my opinion, I think that's what happened, because if that wouldn't have happened, we'd never know who Brian Koberger was.
True.
They may have used somebody else, and a lot of people have said to me, and it does make sense, that with the whole Brent Kopacka thing, there's a connection there, and I'm thinking, well, yeah, okay, maybe Brent knew something that he shouldn't have known. And again, guess what?
Since he's military, wasn't he military as well? So he could know a lot more than
he was. Yes,
which I find awfully disturbing that what they did to him.
Listen, nothing else makes any sense as to why Brian would be attached to this. Nothing.
And
there's zero connection. We've talked about this before. There is zero connection between Brian Koberger and that area at all. None. What else makes any sense as to how they got to him? Period. Think about it.
Right.
Okay. No way in hell.
It's not even like he accidentally drove by and they saw his car, so they ran a dragnet and they felt like anybody could have connected to the Mad Greek. How many people that live near the Idaho 4 with them connect to the Mad Greek? Almost fucking everybody.
Well,
so why is it just because he connects there? That's a problem. Because
Brian only connected to the Mad Greek because he looked up his phone to see if there were different restaurants around him, and that's all that was a passive connection.
And you saw a 50-mile radius up the highway.
They're still running with that narrative, like it means something.
Yes, like freaking goddamn Vinny. I'm like screaming it. Like, how are you saying this, Vinny? What are you talking about? You know the truth.
Well,
what are
Vinny's
you doing?
What he's got. Vinny's doing his job to get a paycheck. That's all he cares about.
How is it your job though? But other people are pointing out that the obvious is going to start to really come out, and then he's going to look stupid like he did with Karen Reed, because he turned on. He thought she was guilty too because he wasn't paying attention.
Well, that's what he was. Well, they know though. Like Eddie said, that understand something. One main thing is these reporters don't give a shit about what happened.
There's no integrity.
They don't care about these people, their families. They don't care about that. They say they do, but they don't. No. Ashley Trashfield likes to run it. Oh, I care so much about this and that. No,
she wanted to have Brian murdered. She said that him. Remember?
If you truly, yeah, if you truly cared about these people, you'd look for the truth, not just reporting the bullshit. And that's what they're doing. So that tells me they don't care.
And they're even repeating with oh, poor Dylan. Oh God, she must have been terrified. No, she didn't perceive a threat. Pay attention. She didn't perceive a threat, people. There's no frozen fear, no fear state. Sorry. It's called false memories again. She's making up false memories now, or somebody's putting false memories in her brain. I don't know. But it's like
I think she's just following a script. But Eddie, any thoughts before we start reading?
Then her parents should be upset. Her parents should be worried that either she's at something's going on. I mean, who knows? But like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't understand how. Again, like I'm just thinking now, maybe they're asking her these. She's trying to tell the whole story, and they're like, no. Couldn't have been that. And she's like, well, now I'm effing fucking confused. You got me all fucked up because I thought this and this and this, and you're telling me this and this is here. She probably knew exactly how the layout was and where the people bodies originally were and what happened. And they probably did something. And remember they said there's evidence of a cleanup? They've said that, right? Well, those smears on the wall looks like people were wiping walls. So why are you and you only spray that luminol or any of that spray to look for, they said to look for blood, if you can't see it, correct? So you thought somebody was cleaning up. So all that's coming up after the fact. Mm-hmm. So all those stains that we thought maybe like somebody spilled a drink or like, why don't we see blood stains? Because they weren't coming up until somebody sprayed that shit on there. So somebody did wipe walls and shit. Why else would they have to spray for it to look for it? Even though it wasn't luminol, I know it wasn't luminol, but it was something they said that just to look for more blood. So they look for handprints and fingerprints. Well, you would have seen it, right? You would have seen bloody handprints or something. So you had to have looked for. So I'm sure it probably lit up like a Christmas. Like, who knows how much got cleaned up? And again, she heard it. She heard everything. There's 8 hours. What did you do? You were on Snapchat. You were making dentist appointments, looking for jobs. I don't know. Trying to collect 200 and pass go. I don't know. Like, it's a shame. I mean, like, it's a shame that her friends are up there and you can't depend on. You only got 6 of you, right? And you're already like traveling in groups because you're scared and you're supposed to protect each other. And then you got 2 of them that can't even freaking call 911 for you. Like, you know what I mean? You depend on each other when there's only 6 of you, and you're in college. And that's like, those are the people you live with. The people you're supposed to be able to depend on for help. And people are screaming for help and in a murderous way, a scary way, and all this weird shit that she says. It's like, again, I don't know why. I don't know how. Twist it any way you want. That's just fucked up. Like, it's just that there's an 8-hour period of something of you doing other shit that you didn't check on these people. Oh, I called them. Well, they didn't answer. So what did you think? That they were okay? Jen fucking McCabe? You got someone, you know what I mean? You're calling your sister and they're not answering. You didn't think that was a problem? You got, the dead cop on the lawn and you're not worried about your sister, but you called her, but nobody answered. Oh, I didn't want them to think something terrible happened. Well, something terrible did just happen. You know what I mean? Like, this is the same shit. So I call her Dylan McCabe. Like, these stories don't make any sense. Your 911 stories, your calls, butt dialing people. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? We have an inverted video. We got the whole thing. We got Murphy. We got Chloe. It's like everything, like people fucking with videos and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like you said, shut the fuck up. Like, people, come on. Like, let's just get back to reality. Well, this shit's not normal. Brian's not, there's nowhere in anything that you have read yet that says Brian fucking Kroberger, Philadelphia, anywhere. Like, he did this or he's on our radar. Nobody, they didn't do anything, guys. They didn't do shit to find Brian. They got a tip and that's what they got. And then they got him to plead guilty because they got a tip that he was guilty. But then, like, you get a tip, right? I could have said, hey, Dago, I think Dago did it. Okay, well, let's go arrest him. And then, let's tell everybody we got all this evidence so the whole world thinks he's guilty, right? It's like crazy. And then I just told him, if I just gave him your name, that was it. Why is it that somebody gives you the name, you can go tell these people, but you have nothing leading to this poor guy? Like, how does that? Willie got mad at me because I didn't read the PCA. Sorry, I'm like on a rant. And he's like, you need to read it. And he's like,
that's you have to read everything to understand everything truly before. But let's try to get to these documents.
Sorry.
That's fine. Eddie, before I do this, is there anything you want to say or add to anything before we get moving?
I just have a quick question for everybody. Have we seen any Hunter Johnson statements in these reports?
Not that I can remember, bud. I've been looking. I don't think we've hit that yet at all. So,
well, there was, we've also gone through all the MPD
Yeah.
releases as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we went
So-
through Moscow's stuff. We went through regular documents, but Moscow, I don't remember, maybe one interview with. Actually, do you remember an interview in Moscow's stuff, Eddie, with Hunter, or was it just?
I do not remember.
That's why I'm kind of, using everybody.
Maybe it's a
This
redacted
think
movie.
tank
Always was
that's
him.
here. I'm just trying to use everybody to help me recall.
Hey, Pappy.
I don't recall seeing.
I don't-
And that's
I don't
why I'm
either.
asking.
Yeah, that's a good question because I don't remember having. I remember Emily, and I remember, and I don't know. We may have had Emily here too because these are severely redacted as compared to what Moscow's were. But
Mm-hmm.
Just saying that I haven't seen one yet, so hopefully that will come about before they're gone.
Is there any of the redacted ones that we didn't recognize the name? It could have been Hunter. When you're
Well,
being redacted,
as I'm reading through these, typically like an interview with Hunter would have related us to other people. It would have given me. That's how I figured out.
like he's the one who walked in with the house, and he's the one.
That's how I figured out how some of these people are who they are because they tell a story that relates to other people. Basically. So
yeah, that's why I was saying to the
all.
mods. I'm like, guys, maybe we should try to figure out who the redacteds are, so then tomorrow when they go read or when we read, it won't be as
I've
bad.
been doing that the whole time. I've been writing down little notes trying to point out.
Okay,
who this
Yvonne
guy
Poole says that there's she doesn't recall a single interview with Hunter
That's
J.
what I thought. That's a good point. And
Where he was there, that's weird.
well,
Did he clear up?
Is it not? It's not really weird, truly.
Why?
So here's
Weird.
Go ahead, Eddie.
So here's the takeaway on that. I mean, it's inconclusive, but think we have Nunez, right? And I keep harping on this. Nunez interviewed Dylan right there on site at the crime scene. So Dylan said that Kaylee was in the second floor bedroom.
Second floor bedroom.
Right.
Now, there is no way that Kaylee didn't know. Think of when that interview would have been. It would have been, I mean, all the students, the roommates and the friends that were next door that had come over, everybody was together. And that interview with Nunez would have been after they went in the home together, called 911, and then sat outside for a period of who knows how long.
And Hunter went in the house
for sure. And you know how people are. People are not social at all. They just sit together, but in silence. They don't speak or communicate in any way, right? So I know that I'm being sarcastic there. If Hunter knew, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Nunez can play it off like, because his report also said, not only Kaylee informed him that, Dylan informed him that Kaylee was in that second floor bedroom of Xana's.
Right.
But he also wrote it as a fact in his statement.
Well, yeah. And
in that same statement, as.
Exactly.
So if they're all communicating, of course, let's just play like Dylan never saw anything, like we're supposed to believe. Let's just say that for a minute. She still would have known through Hunter and communicating that, the condition, the appearance of that bedroom of Xana.
Right.
She would have known everything there is to know about it. So she would not have been confused at that point. Now add to that we cannot see any of Hunter's statements. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, beyond, yes, absolutely.
Now, I'm kind of convinced that there was at least 3 bodies on the second floor, or Kaylee's was certainly in Xana's bedroom. Maybe Xana was in the bathroom. Who knows what the crime scene looked like? But it really brings us to this. Like, if you believe Kaylee was found in the third floor bedroom, what facts do you use to support that position? Right. And it's what you've been told. And I grant you this: if you've seen a crime scene photo, it would be that too, no doubt. I don't deny that. But who had control over the crime scene, and who took the crime scene photos? Right.
Right.
Mhm.
So it's in Krista, you were hitting on this theme moments ago, but
Mhm.
therein lies the problem with this case. Regardless of where Kaylee truly was, for real,
Right. Right.
the problem is that
Things were moved around.
we've been in this case the entire time. Some things that they tell us are truths and some things are lies, but it's up to us to determine them and sort it all out. And there's no way to do that. This whole time, this whole thing has been polluted with lies.
Yes. They have to sprinkle some truth in there so that it is something that will draw us in. But then once we get inside of it, it's nothing but bullshit and lies. And there's no way to figure out what's right and wrong here. That's the biggest problem, like you just said, because of that situation. So if we're smart enough, or lucky enough, I should say, not smart enough, because it doesn't matter how smart you are. They've done a great job at making this what it is. If you're lucky enough to get in and weed through it and figure out something from that, then good. But besides that, you know how that goes. Real quick, I want to thank Cammie for dropping these 5 new memberships. It looks like P Fox received one. Too Fast for Fleas. Hi, Patia. Elliot Pollock and Happy Hounds. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. And I appreciate you guys joining us in here. Appreciate you very much. That being said, guys, let's get this moving. And hold on, sorry.
We want to take a break from reading. Just let me know. I'll take over for you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Lucy. Good to see ya. Good to have you here. Lucy said, Xana, our friend, drank too much and she's not waking up. How in any interview does she think it's Kaylee on the 2nd floor? They didn't call about Kaylee. You're right. Unless it was, and they just didn't do that. That's the biggest problem. I don't know. I don't even know. Like Eddie just said, I don't even know what to believe anymore, you guys. That's why we're reading these, to see if we can find some kind of truth in them. Anyway, we're on number 74, I think. Yeah, that's the one that I left off at. And on we go. On Sunday, December 4th of 22, Idaho State Police Senior Detective Gary Tolson. By the way, Officer Tolson, just so everybody remembers this, was the officer that was charged with a Brady violation, and also is the one that screwed up the other case there with the doctor in Idaho, and had him wrongfully convicted at some point of murder as well. Remember that name, folks.
That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
So, received a telephone call from Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Sergeant Shane Everett. Sergeant Everett advised me that CDA PD officers had arrested blank, date of birth, blank, 2001, for being drunk in public. CDA PD case number blank. During the arrest, I'm going to have to look that up. That'll maybe give me a name if there's possible. During the arrest, blank claimed to have stabbed 2 people in New Jersey and told officers he was also involved in the murders in Moscow, Idaho. And of course, he later recanted these statements to the officers. Sergeant Everett also explained that CDA PD officers have had contacts with blank over the last few months because they found him living in his red van. Red van, that's new. Okay. I went to Regional Communications Center, North RCCN, and asked ISP Senior Dispatcher Mary Conrad to print a copy of the CDA PD report. Blank from the Spillman computer program. After reading the report, I asked Conrad to run blank. She found an old warrant hit out of Chatham Township, New Jersey, case number, whatever that is. We then checked the boss camera system for the dates of November 12th and 13th of 22, looking for blank vehicle. License plate blank, New Jersey. The vehicle is seen on camera driving in Coeur d'Alene on several days prior to the murders and after. I telephoned Chatham Township Police Department in New Jersey and spoke to Officer Nick Giordano. He told me he was familiar with blank and had taken several reports on him. Giordano said his agency had 61 reports on blank. He described blank as wanting to be a rapper and or a TikTok star. In addition, they had no reports of stabbing or murders in their township. Officer Giordino described the township as a small, affluent community. I asked Officer Giordino for the law enforcement contact with the local county sheriff's office, and Giordino told me that Chatham Township is in Morris County, New Jersey. I telephoned the sheriff's office and requested an agency contact. I received a telephone call from Detective Tim Palazzolo. Detective Palazzolo told me he is with the county fugitive unit. He reiterated that his computer check showed 61 reports on blank. The last contact with blank in the county was September 7th of 22. Several minutes later, I received a telephone call from Matt Magnone of the Major Crimes Division, blank, of the New Jersey State Police. He also told me that there were no unsolved murders in the county. I drove to Kootenai County Jail and spoke to blank. Told me he did not remember ever saying that he stabbed anyone. He signed a consent form and let me take DNA sample using a buccal swab kit. I then had him lift his short sleeve shirt to look at his arms and neck. No marks or scratches were visible. During our conversation, blank told me that he had never been to Moscow, Idaho. He had only been in Idaho a couple months, and he also told me that he would say stupid shit when he had been drinking. Nice. The conversation with blank was recorded with his knowledge and permission. I later transferred the recording to compact disc. I took the buccal swabs I obtained from blank and the interview recording to the CD to the Moscow PD Police Department and placed them into evidence. Case continues. So what's the result of that? Okay. After testing that, or is there none because they didn't follow up as always? Interesting. Once again. Oh shit. Okay, so this says Spillman, good God, data systems. Hold on. Okay, so that's the report there from that person. Sorry, guys. The report taken from that interaction. This here is the actual, I think this might be the incident report. Yeah, it is. Basically a pedestrian under the influence, booked, citation number, case number, and when it all happened. And I can read you what he said here. The narrative says on 12/3 of 22 at 20:44 hours, Officer Cowan, K45, and I responded to 1410 East St. Mary's Avenue to investigate a suspicious circumstance. The reporting party blank called police because blank was intoxicated and admitted that he had killed several people, included those in Moscow. Welcome, Cass. Good to see you. Congrats on 25 months. Happy Digoversary. A little over 2 years. Thank you for being part of this family and this team, Cassie. We love you and appreciate you very much. Upon arrival, blank was contacted and identified by his New Jersey identification card. Blank vehicle was documented as well. The vehicle was a red van, blank, New Jersey, license plate blank. There was nothing suspicious in plain view inside the vehicle. Hold on. I got to blow this up a little bit more because it's a little smaller than the other ones are. There we go. Okay. Blank requested that blank be trespassed from the property. Oh, congrats to you. Good trouble. Happy Digoversary to you. 3 months on it. We appreciate you very much. And I'm grateful to have you in the family. Thank you so much for that, dear. Lost Faith, welcome. Good to see you. I think we did do a Jack Decor interview early on, Lost Faith. I'd have to go back and double check. It's who I thought it was, Jack Decor, I should say. Okay. Let me get back to where I was. There was nothing in the comments. Attempted to recant. Okay. Blank attempted to recant his comments about murdering several people. While speaking to blank, he was staggering side to side and swaying in a circular pattern while slurring his words. Blank requested that blank be trespassed from the property. He was given his trespass admonishment in an attempt to allow him to leave the scene without criminal intervention. Officer Cowan requested a cab in order to transport him to his desired location. As blank was no longer on the property, Officer Cowan and I cleared the scene based on blank's general demeanor. Officer Cowan and I expected a return call to the location. Officer Cowan and I stayed in the area. At 21:18 hours, blank called 911 as Officer Count and I were driving back to the location. I spoke to the cab driver who we requested on blank behalf. The cab driver essentially told me that blank refused to enter the cab. As I was approaching the location, I saw blank in the middle of the street, staggering side to side while two vehicles were traveling westbound past him from 15th Street, which is a main thoroughfare. Based on the totality of the events, blank was arrested for the above listed charge, which is public intoxication, I do believe, at CPSB. Blank failed booking due to his disruptive and boisterous behavior. Pedestrian under the influence. I'm sorry. It's basically the same as public intox. So, and then now we have the voluntary consent to search, which is how they got the DNA swab from him. Signed off on that. This is him in his dress blues, I'll call him, for jail. They have his head cut off, and that's of the backside, I guess. And again, okay, that's it for that. And there's no follow-up on that. There's no remarks as to what happened when the DNA was tested. None of that stuff. So that's it. And it's interesting to me. Very interesting to me. But okay. I'm not surprised because they haven't followed up with anything, folks. All right, now I need to bring this back down to normal size so I can see.
He did something in Jersey, they said?
Yes.
Oh.
Brian, thank you very much, Brian, for that membership. I can't tell who got it right now. Whoever it is, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you for joining us. And Brian, love you, buddy. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it very much. All right. So this here is about the Range Rover purchase. That's what it states here. It says release to owner or other automobile includes picked up. Okay. Range Rover in North America on Wednesday, November 30th of 22. Idaho State Police ISP Senior Detective Gary Tolson was assigned by ISP Detective Gideon Roberts to investigate the purchase of a 2015 Range Rover by Kaylee J. Gonsalves from blank in Spokane, Washington. Detective Roberts sent me an email with the following. Kaylee Gonsalves purchased a silver 2015 Range Rover from blank in Spokane. According to her father, we'd like to have the salesman unknown interviewed for the details of the sale, i.e. cash or loan, who was with her, anything unusual. I telephoned WSP in Spokane, Washington, and asked for law enforcement LE contact with Washington State Department of Motor Vehicles. I was given several telephone numbers. I made telephone contact with blank blank, who is a blank blank. She assisted me with registering into a DMV portal and then helped me to add my request for this little title history of the Range Rover. I received the Range Rover title information, which showed the vehicle being owned by a blank 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 who lived in Spokane, Washington. The lien holder on the vehicle showed blank 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 of Spokane, Washington. Previous owner to blank showed as blank and blank blank of Graham, Washington. A release of interest on the vehicle was signed by blank 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 on blank 2022 to blank blank. On December 8th of 22, I sent an email to blank 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 asking him to help on the Range Rover Kaylee Gonsalves purchased in Spokane Valley. It was apparent that there was either a mistake in who owned the vehicle or there was a delay while the vehicle was being transferred from the auto dealer to Kaylee. On December 12th, I received an email for blank blank. The Range Rover now showed purchased by Kaylee on 11/10 from blank blank Spokane Valley at blank 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 is listed on the sale documents representing blank blank of Spokane Valley. I telephoned blank blank and confirmed the purchase of the vehicle. Copies of the Washington and Idaho DMV and title paperwork placed into evidence with Moscow PD by me. Mama Bear's in chat. Welcome, Mama Bear. Good to see ya. Candy, thank you for joining us on your lunch. Appreciate you as well. And anybody else, Candy Girl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And I appreciate everybody here very much.
I can't
On
do it.
Thursday, December 15th, I drove to blank blank in Spokane, Washington. I spoke to the salesman who sold the Range Rover to Kaylee, blank date of birth of 94. blank blank told me that Kaylee came to the car dealership twice to look at the Rover. The first time that she showed up with her two grandmothers. The second time she came with her mother, blank, and her grandmother, blank blank blank, told me that he saw no drama or conflicts between Kaylee and her mother or grandmothers during the sale. Kaylee bought the Range Rover for $24. 24,423. Sorry, guys. She put down 6,500 cash on her blank blank. Put in and her grandmother. Okay, put in $1,000 on a credit card. A total of 7,500 down payment. A copy of the blank blank advertisement offering the vehicle for 24,423 was placed into Moscow PD, evidenced by me. So for everybody that was confused, what it sounds like is that she may have pulled 6,500 out of her account when she sold her car for 65. She added that back and put it back in her account, which is why she said she was keeping it.
Yeah, but like, what was the 6,500 that she physically had on her or something?
I think she put it back into her account, is what I'm saying.
Oh, so she wasn't missing that or something, right? Or is that what you
Not that we know of. Not that we know of. As it's never been stated. It's never been in a report or a document. I don't know who has it. If anybody has it.
Well, I thought she put it actually down on the car. You know
what I'm saying is she sold her car after she bought that car. Okay.
Oh, after she bought. Oh, that was after she bought the car.
Right. So
her Range Rover. I get it. Okay.
What I think happened.
Oh, I get it.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I think
paid herself back, right? Probably paid herself back.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
Hey, Mama Bear, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Maybe she was paying somebody back that she bought, like maybe she borrowed it and then she paid it back, but I get it now.
Well, I think she had it in her bank account already. She used and she just replaced it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Paid herself. Yeah, gotcha.
So,
and I think the reason she borrowed, I think she credited the other money, I think just because she didn't want to spend all the money she had in the bank because she was moving allegedly, right? Like, so that's probably why she didn't, she borrowed $1,000 and did put something on the card or something because she didn't want to spend all the money that she had,
Right. So sometime after Kaylee purchased the Rover, the check engine light came on. She called and texted blank blank to complain about this, and he told her they would come get the car from her if the light did not go off. Blank blank explained to me that the light could come on for many reasons, but they were unable to figure this out. Blank blank forwarded me copies of the text messages between he and Kaylee about the car problem, and the text messages are also placed in Moscow PD's evidence by me. After the murders, blank blank contacted blank 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 and wanted to return the Rover. Later, she contacted them and told them that her husband did not want to return the vehicle. I also spoke with the finance manager blank blank, who confirmed the price of the vehicle was $24,423. He also confirmed that Kaylee put down $65 in cash and the grandmother put $1,000 on a credit card. Kaylee put in her credit application that she made $3,200 a month as a blank for blank and had been working for them for 5 months at the time. According to blank blank, Kaylee was a first-time buyer, so her credit was good. She received the car loan without having a co-signer. When blank blank contacted them about returning the car, the dealership put $1,000 back into, I'm guessing, the grandmother's credit card. Then, when they found out the family was keeping the car, they took $1,000 back out. Blank blank saw nothing unusual during the sale. He told me that he did try to sell Kaylee an extended warranty, but she declined. Blank said the vehicle has a 3-month warranty by blank after sale. Blank is now waiting for the Rover to be returned to the family. Then it can be brought into the dealership to work out the check engine light problems. Case continues. Okay. How are you, Mama Bear?
I'm good.
Thank you for joining us.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Hi,
right.
Eddie.
Hi, Mama Bear. How you doing today?
I'm good.
Jesse, you coming up? Any chance?
I think this next one is going back to, okay, this is Detective Herman and Detective Lehman. Sorry. On November 17th to 22 at 9:45, Idaho State ISP Detective Lehman and Herman responded to blank 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 located at blank in Pullman, Washington. I met with the store manager blank blank. Receipts, video footage, and store member history were provided to blank regarding, or by blank, I'm sorry, regarding visits made to the store by blank, 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 date of birth of 2000. Blank visited blank on November 13th of 22 at 10:49 hours. Blank purchase was trackable through a receipt and a store membership program. Blank provided printouts of blank receipt and his purchase history starting on September 14th of 22. Little Engine Who Cried. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Using the timestamp on the receipt, the video footage was reviewed. Blank can be seen parking in front of the store, exiting a black BMW. Blank was dressed in a University of Idaho gray sweatshirt, black pants, wearing a brown beanie. I took still shots of the video and forwarded them via text to FBI agent Rob Hill. Hill. Overton, wait a minute. Yeah, Overton was provided USB drive to preserve requested video. On November 17th to 22 at 11:53 hours, I retrieved the USB from blank. The drive and paperwork collected from blank was given to Agent Hill. Photos and copies of the document I collected will be saved to disk and provided to Moscow PD as part of the supplement. All right. Welcome, Clifton. Good to see you as well. Let me see. So this next one was again Detective Lehman as well as Detective Brittany Clark. Went to blank, 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 located at blank, Moscow, Idaho, blank, blank, was walking out the door and told me that he was the last of 2 occupants in the building. Blank, blank, date of birth of 01, spoke to me about his knowledge of the victims in his case. Former blank, blank, blank member, blank, 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 date of birth of 2000, was interviewed at his home on November 18th of 22. Blank, 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 blank of 2004 was interviewed by phone on November 18th. And let's see, where's the narrative, if there is one. That's the same thing. Okay, so on November 18th to 22, the FBI staff was given the previous information and agreed to start calling the members of the blank, 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 blank and securing their information and current location. It was discovered that blank, 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 date of birth of 2000, was still in the Moscow area. I called blank and he agreed to meet me at his residence located at whatever that is, Moscow, Idaho, and the University of Idaho campus. At 11:30 hours, ISP Detective Jacob Shawecki and I met with blank, blank and said that he is not a member of the blank, blank, blank anymore. Blank said that he knew victim Ethan Chapin and he knew that he was a blank, blank. Knew victim Xana Kernodle. Blank, blank. Knew victim Maddie Mogan through his blank, blank, blank. And thank you, Decoder. I appreciate you, brother, so very much. Appreciate you guys, Dago. Your work helps me keep up with everything. And Eddie, your insights are always spot on and valuable. Amen. I agree with that one. And thanks again for the super chat, bro. Thank you again, guys. If we could please drop Decoder's link in here. You guys got to go check out everything he does. He does great stuff over there. And we really appreciate you too, my friend, for doing what you do. So keep it up. And thank you so much for being part of this community. And thank you once again, my friend, for everything. You are appreciated. At 11:30, ISP Detective Schwecky and I met with blank, blank and said that he is not a member. Oh, we already did that. I'm sorry, you guys. Where was I? Down here then. Said that he blank, blank, blank said that he was inebriated the evening of 11/12. Blank remembered seeing Kaylee and Maddie at the club. Blank was unsure of the exact times, but believes it was around 0100 hours. On 11/13, when he was picked up by the sober bro, blank, blank, blank thinks that he went to the blank convenience store and purchased alcohol from the blank, blank, took blank home, spent the rest of the evening at home with roommate blank, blank, his girlfriend blank, and her friend blank. The last time that blank was at the crime scene, 11/22, was last semester, spring of 22. Blank considers blank, blank a good guy and knew that he was not in Moscow the weekend of November 12th of 22. Curious to know who that is. Anybody else want to pick up reading or no?
I
Yeah,
don't
I
mind.
will. All right, you want to, Eddie? You can.
Hang
I
on.
didn't say I want to. I said I
Oh,
don't.
well, I will if you don't want. If you don't want to, I can.
Okay, I'll let you.
Okay, just tell me where to start back up at. Where'd you leave off
Right here, right there under where it says narrative.
at? Okay, now you move it when you want me to keep. When you want me to.
Okay.
Okay. On November 18th, this is Idaho State Police. On November 18th, 2022, at 16:30 hours, I called blank, 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 date of birth, blank, said he was in Boise, Idaho, but agreed to speak to me via phone. The call was recorded. Blank confirmed he was the sober driver for the blank, blank, blank on the evening of November 12th, 2022, starting at 1700 hours until approximately 0200 hours on November 13th, 2022. Blank uses his phone and riders send him text or call and give them rides. Blank said he uses his own vehicle, Idaho plate, blah, blah, blah. Blank said the night consisted of taking riders to the football game, the blank apartments, blank Moscow, Idaho, blank and back of the blank house. Blank also confirmed he returned blank blank at the blank blank to their home blank. Jesus. Blank said the party at the blank appeared to have 20 to 30 people, but he did not go into the party. Blank gave a verbal rundown of his text messages and who he gave rides to. Notably, Blank said he gave a ride to the blank blank at 21:30 hours, said everyone he gave a ride to, he returned back to the blank house. Blank confirmed he returned blank blank and blank blank to their home. Blank 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 said blank blank was the only person he gave a ride to blank at 21:30 hours. Blank did not give blank a ride to his home off campus. Blank knows blank lives near the homicide scene of an apartment. This was the extent of my inquiries of the members of the blah 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 house, I'm sure. The audio recording of Blank's interview has been saved to the disk and will be provided to Moscow Police Department as part of the supplement.
So for those of you that aren't familiar, I do believe that that's in reference to David Baracoa. He did say he was the sober bro that night. Welcome, Richard. Or the Richard, I'm sorry. Good to see you, my friend. So yeah. I'm guessing that that's the only person I know of that had it that stated that they were doing that night thus far. So that's who I'm guessing it is. These again are what I'm guessing are interviews with witnesses. And I'll let you go from there.
Okay. On November 18th, 2022, at approximately 9:09:10 hours, I don't know how to say that correctly, Idaho State Police ISP Detective Timothy Snell. Oh my God! Remember that was the name of the people on Ozarks. That was the last name of their last name was Snell. I'm not kidding you.
Right.
Oh my God, that's funny. I keep saying this case reminds me of that town. And Detective Andy Hody contacted Blank, date of birth, regarding the homicide investigation located at 1122 King Street, Moscow, Idaho. The interview was conducted by phone and it was audio recorded. Blank stated she was at the lodge party with Xander Kernodle and Ethan Chapin on the night prior to the homicide, and they discussed going to Applebee's the following day. Blank stated nothing was out of the ordinary throughout the evening. Blank stated she knew everyone in the Twitch video with Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan. Blank named blank blank and stated he was a blank fraternity member providing sober rides, named a second person in the video as blank blank blank, said she heard blank and blank drove Gonzalez and Mogan home. Blank said both blank and blank called into the tip hotline to advise law enforcement. Blank stated she heard a person named blank blank stopped by the King Street residence to meet with Kernodle. Blank is also a blank blank and is dating blank blank. Blank stated she was primarily friends with Kernodle and her friend group was not close with Gonzalez or Mogan. During follow-up questioning, Blank explained the lodge parties always end at 1 a.m. and she last spoke to Kernodle between 12:45 and 1 that morning. According to Blank, the lodge party was tame and not very many people attended due to the short duration of planning for it. Mr. Snell. During the interview, a second individual could be heard in the background as she identified herself as blank, 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 date of birth, blank. Blank stated she also attended the lodge party and was with blank. Both blank and blank stated there was nothing out of the ordinary throughout the evening or night. When asked questions regarding observing anything unusual, both blank and blank were not directly aware of anything. Blank provided phone numbers for blank and blank for stated her phone number was this. Based upon the responses, both blank and blank were referred for a follow-up interviews by victimology. Follow-up, okay. Well,
you know what's interesting, you guys, with that I've noticed is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong about this, but early on and throughout this entire case, and it has been proven by Jasmine, Xana's sister, as well as Jeff, Xana's father, there was a fight at the Sigma Chi house that night between Ethan and somebody else, okay? And it's been verified. So here's my question. Why is nobody bringing that up at all?
There's
There's
did
been
they say
multiple.
who did he fight with?
Well, that's all over the place as far as the answer to that for sure. But
Yeah.
the problem is that everybody that has talked about being at the Sigma house that night has said that there was nothing going on, nothing crazy happened, this, that, and everything else. Nobody's brought up that fight, not once.
Just for whatever it's worth, I just don't have anything in my notes about it. I'm not saying that
Right.
it hasn't been a point, a topic of discussion or anything, but
Well, the only reason why I know it's been verified is in one interview that was done with Jeff. He stated that they were out, him and Jasmine were out together. They were drinking or whatever. And that, remember when we were told in the beginning, Eddie, that Jasmine talked to her father and said that her and Ethan were at the house. They had gotten a pizza and they were watching TV at like 12 or 12:30, right?
Right.
Well, that obviously, and I said she probably said that to her dad to keep him calm. Well, calmed out. Oh my God. It came out at some point that's true. That Jeff said that, Jasmine said, no, you've had too much to drink, because Jeff was going to go there because of that situation. And that said, it's handled, it's done, it's good now. So he never went. But that's how it's been verified. And then also that Jasmine had verified it. Kara had told me when she did her thing last year as well, that Jasmine had stated that it did happen. So now that's been stated, though, where that's not being stated in any of these reports, none of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Jeff did bring that up during the victim statements as well, the impact statements. So there you go. I mean, it's been talked about more than once, but nobody that was at that Sigma house that night is saying a word about it. Not one word. So that's interesting to me, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and how we don't have to say anything about Ethan's apartment. Like, no,
That's never been searched that we've known about. None of that stuff has ever been
like,
it may have been, or yeah, it could have been at the Hunga Dunga. That's true too. I forgot about that, done one. Thank you. And it also explains why Maisie did not want to go to the SC Lodge party. Good point. Good point. Thank you. I kept forgetting the name of that other place, the Hunga Dunga. That's true. But still, welcome, Eve. Good to see you. It's been a while. Wonderful to have you here. It could be right, though. It could be right. Maybe it hasn't hit that yet. That's a good point, SRB. And thank you, Done One. Appreciate that. All right, on we go.
Ready?
Go ahead.
On November 19th, 2022, at approximately 1200 hours, Idaho State Police Detective Timothy Snell and ISP Detective Cody Herman followed up on tip 0641. I contacted blank blank at the blank blank to obtain surveillance video from October 16th through October 20th for an apparent incident that occurred in the area of blank blank blank, which is adjacent to the blank. At approximately 14:33 hours, I received an email from blank which contained a link to download the video she uploaded to a shared folder. At approximately 17:23 hours, I forwarded the email and link to blank to download the video content and retain for evidence. At approximately 1500 hours, Sergeant Jesse Stennett, Detective Herman, and I were assigned to complete canvassing for cameras in the residential neighborhood located south of 1122 King Street residence. We were unsuccessful in locating any video appearing to be relevant to the homicide. The following areas were covered: addresses between 342 through 1830 Victoria Drive. Reviewed video at the blank. However, there was no video content on November 12th or November 13th. Blank had a camera facing the roadway. However, after later speaking with the homeowner, blank, the camera battery had died and was not recording. That happens to me all the time too. Addresses between 1752 through 1933 Fletcher Place. Blank had what appeared to be multiple cameras. However, after speaking with the homeowner, we learned they were non-functioning cameras used to deter crime. Video was reviewed at blank and blank 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 with no video content of relevance. And we had addresses between 1623 through 1956 Sunnyside Avenue. Video was reviewed at blank and blank 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 with no video content of relevance. Addresses between 1875 through 1978 Anderson Place. Video was reviewed at blank 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 with no video content of relevance. At approximately 1800 hours, ISP Sergeant Jesse Stinnett and I left a voicemail for Trooper Keeley in reference to tip 0105, who wanted to provide information regarding the homicide investigation located at 1122 Moscow, Idaho. On November 20th, 2022, he at approximately 11:43 hours, ISP Detective Andy Hodel and I contacted by blank blank by telephone to set up an interview. The phone call was recorded. Blank eventually answered and agreed to call back later to arrange a time for an interview. At approximately 12:16 hours, Detective Hodel and I contacted blank blank by telephone to follow up on information he wanted to provide investigators. The phone call was recorded. Thank God. The tip was regarding a light-colored four-door sedan he had an interaction with on November 11th, 2022. Blank described the driver of the sedan as being a white male wearing a long beanie that covered his hair. Blank said the unknown male confronted him in an unprofessional manner about throwing his trash into a dumpster that belonged to the neighboring apartment complex. Blank said the unknown male stated he was the blank blank for the blank blank. For full details on the phone interview, refer to audio recording. On November 25th, 2022, Trooper Keeley returned my message and contacted me. Trooper Keeley, who works for the Wyoming Highway Patrol, provided me information on a subject name blank blank blank, date of birth something 1982. Trooper Keeley emailed a brief description of his encounter with blank and his vehicle information. On November 28th, 2022, I requested an ISP Regional Communications Center check blank 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 Washington registration blank through the license plate reader database. I forwarded the email information I received to ISP Detective Gideon Roberts. All media and recordings were returned over to the Moscow Police Department labeled something. And then we have a photo log, it says, right? What is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right, but we don't need to read that part. We'll read this because that just tells who the detectives were again, and they are Gideon Roberts, of course, with the FBI. We have the FBI. I'm sorry, the Idaho State Police, and also the FBI Task Force Officer Gideon Roberts, as well as Detective Talbot. Sorry.
On November 13th, 2022, and at 5:40 p.m., I assisted with the processing of a quadruple homicide scene located at 1122 King Street, Moscow, Idaho. I was assigned by Detective Talbot to photograph the scene. While photographing the scene, I deleted photos that were completely washed out, expecting the deleted photo serial number to be reassigned to the next photo captured. And the photo serial numbers to continue in sequential order. Later, as I was completing the photo log, I discovered that each photo I deleted also deleted the associated serial number instead of reassigning it, causing a gap in the sequential order, i.e. ISP 4639, ISP 4641. I completed the photo log and included it in the case file. The photos were transferred to the Moscow Police Department.
Once again, one more mistake made by these people. Gotta love it.
I mean, he didn't know that was going to happen. He didn't know it was going to delete the other ones.
It sounds like missing photographs.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right.
my whole point right there.
Maybe we should have that one in there. Oops.
Right. Conveniently. Jen says, why are there no warrant searches for any of the frats or sororities? Did I miss it? Where is the SW for Ungadunga for the cams to be pulled? Maybe we haven't gotten to it yet. Jen, those are great questions. Great questions. All right, Richard, thank you for joining us, my friend.
Think about that, y'all. Any significant photographs that have to do with the reality of what happened, you're not going to ever see it because they don't exist.
Why do you have to delete them? Just show them washed out and said this is what happened. You don't know that that's going to happen with your cat.
It all goes along with everything they've done that they're doing. Exact, Krista. That the fact that they conveniently lost DNA swabs and because the refrigerator door was left open, the fire that happened, all of the bullshit that's happened, it's just bullshit. Sorry.
I mean, honestly, there's no backup generator for some mistake like that could possibly happen and ruin somebody's murder case. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have a backup thing. Like, whatever was going on with that refrigerator, I've never heard of such a thing.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, everything and it's not good, and you have maybe 5 or 6 murders that you can't now use, and it literally a trial that you're paying money for. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like,
well, like SRB just said it, and it does coming up in these reports that there's a whole shitload of missing photographs. So that's quite interesting. Like Eddie said, they're missing not because they were lost by some mistake. They were never there. They were purposely withheld, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
He took them and said, "Oh, so that's bad. Can't have that one. Delete it, or something." You know what I'm saying?
Because they're washed out. That's just ridiculous bullshit to me. I'm sorry.
Show them washed out. Just show them washed out. Then don't even bother. Like, just
no, they're deleting everything that they don't want us to know about. Period. That's bullshit to me.
Just think of how blind we would be and how restricted our conversations would be if you limited everything that we discuss to what you have read, seen, and know.
I mean, you guys didn't have much for 3 years, right? Like, you just had...
It would stifle the conversation to the point where you're going to believe the state's narrative, and that's it.
I know.
Bingo. 100%. So these are more interviews with what they're saying are acquaintances and friends of acquaintances, I guess, and girlfriends. So, all right.
Okay. On November 19th, 2022, Idaho State Police Detective Leslie Lehman conducted a phone interview with blank blank member of blank 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 blank, was identified as the blank of the blank at the University of Idaho campus. Blank was located at the home in Tri-Cities, Washington. When I called him, I asked blank about the blank blank party at the night of November 12, 2022. Blank confirmed there was a party at the blank house and there was a guest list for the party. Blank said there was a ratio of 2 guests allowed for every blank member. Blank explained the security measures that the fraternity uses to avoid people being able to sneak into the party. The blank is the area in the fraternity house where events are held. Blank said the party went on from 9:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. And he said the party went well. Blank said that he has spoken to members of the fraternity who saw Ethan Chapin and Zana Kernodle at the blank party. Blank believes blank blank was the last person to see Ethan and Zana at the blank house. Blank recalled speaking to the blank about Zana having never had been to blank blank neighboring fraternity. Blank planned to take Zana to visit the neighboring fraternity at the conclusion of the blank party, but Zana and Ethan did not make it. Blank was at the blank party but did not remember seeing Ethan or Zana. Blank said house members who remembered seeing Ethan and Zana also included blank blank, who may have had phone contact with Ethan at 1:30 a.m. Blank confirmed there was no surveillance video in the blank house. Blank said personal videos taken in the house are not supposed to be posted on the internet. Blank confirmed that the blank blank of the blank 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 is the blank blank, and he would have also a copy of the list of those in attendance at the party on November 12th, 2022. Blank had Ethan on Snapchat and said many other fraternity brothers would have his Snapchat. Blank said Ethan's closest friends in the fraternity would be, it's all redacted, all the way up until and blank blank roommate. So then blank believed that the blank party was the last party of the night at the campus. There may have been after parties at different fraternities or the blank. Blank last saw Ethan and Zana at the blank on November 11th, 2022, and remembered having a conversation with Zana. Zana has never spoken to blank about anything that was troubling her or having issues with people at her apartment. Blank has never interacted with... Why would she ask about having issues with people at the apartment? Blank has never interacted with Kaylee Gonsalves or Madison Mogan and had believed that the people he has listed would have known them because of their friendship with Ethan and Zana. Xana would bring her housemate blank with her to hang out at the blank blank. Blank did not remember ever meeting Xana's housemate blank. At 11:22 hours, I conducted a phone interview with blank blank at the blank blank. Trooper Kristen Noah was present for the interview. Blank was with Ethan and Xana at the blank party, which ended at 1 a.m. hours on November 13th, 2022. Following the end of the party, Ethan and Xana went to the blank 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 in the blank house. After Ethan and Xana gathered some items in the blank blank in the group, in blank blank, after Ethan and Xana gathered some items in the blank the group included, blank believed the couple packed up a couple of beers and Ethan's okay, this is what I was reading. After Ethan and Xana gathered some items in the blank, the group included blank girlfriend, blank returned to the blank with the blank house, believed the couple packed a couple of beers and Ethan's black dress jacket, possible in a bag carried by Xana. This was the last time blank saw Ethan and Xana. Ethan and Xana did not tell blank where they were going after leaving blank. Blank can only assume that Ethan and Xana left on foot and returned to 1122. Blank said he and a group went over to the blank following the blank party, but did not see Ethan and Xana at blank. Blank said that Ethan attended a formal blank prior to the blank party. Blank said the theme at the blank party was sports oriented, but blank could not recall what exactly Ethan and Xana were wearing during the parties. Blank had a photo of Ethan at the formal party, but did not have any photos of the evening. Blank interacted with Ethan almost every day. Maybe this is Hunter. Blank interacted with Ethan almost every day, as both were in the blank and close friends. Blank said Ethan did not have any enemies and did not have any problems with anyone. Or maybe not. So they could put his black jacket into a bag, he said. Blank said the same about Xana regarding her being a happy person without enemies. Blank has known Xana since his freshman year. Blank could not speak to issues with Xana's security around the area or her apartment. Blank felt that Ethan would spend the night at Xana's due to the distance of his own apartment and not because she was experiencing security issues at her apartment. Due to the distance to his own apartment and not because she felt experience. Okay. Blanks, that doesn't make sense. Would spend the night at due to the distance and not because she felt okay. Xana has met Blank has met Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, but did not know them well. Blank said the same for blank and blank. Blank was last at the 1122 King Street address on Friday prior to the homicide. He spent 15 to 20 minutes there playing Pong, then went to the blank. Blank emailed me the blank party attendance list, a timeline he established regarding the night of November 12, 2022, and the interaction with Ethan and Xana at the blank members. The documents were forwarded to ISP Detective Ryan O'Hara for further investigation. The audio of these interviews conducted, emails exchanged with blank, and the screenshots of the text messages exchanged with blank have been saved to the disk in the Moscow Police Department. Attached to the supplement. And who's this?
Let's see.
For sure not Hunter.
No, that wasn't.
For a second, I thought maybe, but no.
That's what I've had to do is break it down in that sense. But yeah, it definitely wasn't.
Did you read Emily? Maybe did Emily have an interview yet? Did we see her?
I think I did read hers earlier on. At least it seemed like it could have been.
Yeah.
See, that's why I liked Moscow's, because they screwed up. They suck at what they do. They didn't completely redact it the right way, and they left certain letters open out, so it was easier for me to figure out a lot of them. But this is a little bit more difficult.
A little bit harder, yeah.
Yeah, I've never hated the word blank so much in my life either, Jen.
No, I was trying to think of other words to put in there, but I would just get confused.
Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so next up we're on number 82. This is Tim Snell and Jess Stennett again. Let's see. On November 20th of 22 at approximately 2200 hours, ISP Snell and Jess Stennett conducted an interview of blank blank, date of birth 79 at the blank blank. I was advised that blank had been recently blank, blah, 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 whatever that is. blank had made statements regarding the homicide of Xana Kernodle and blank blank.
Looks like they protect the fraternities a lot. That's what everything's all blanked out. A lot of it.
And the fraternity members. Yes, that's a big part of this.
Yep.
Welcome, Yvette. Good to see you. Upon arrival, it says the whole beginning of this is blanked out, and then it says upon arrival, blank blank was blank 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 with Sergeant Stennett and I, upon explaining why we were there. Blank began speaking prior to being able to activate the audio recording device. Blank blank explained that her blank 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 made statements to her that Xana Kernodle's death better not be due blank.
Huh.
Due to okay.
Blah 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 blah.
Blank blank last spoke with Kernodle about a month prior to the homicide when she attempted to coordinate having lunch with Kernodle. Blank blank said that Kernodle ended up being too busy with classes and was not able to meet. Blank blank said that she was unaware of anyone who would want to hurt Xana. Blank blank said that blank blank questioned her, inquiring if she had any blank and if Xana Kernodle could have been killed as blank. Blank blank told us that she had never been involved. Blank 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 said blank 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 hated Xana Kernodle and stated we should look at her.
Wow.
Who is that? I've never heard of anybody hating her.
Like a redacted something fi or something.
Who hated Xana, folks? Because everybody else has stated how everybody loves Xana, but somebody hated her, obviously.
Did he even have an ex-girlfriend anywhere?
I'm sure he did.
I mean, in one of those places, one of those Signify or whatever they're called, maybe.
Could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me read that part. I'm going to read that one more time, guys. Clearly, it says it better not be due to blank. I'm curious what that means. And then also down here it says that, and if Xana Kernodle could have been killed as blank blank period. Blank blank told us she has never been involved. Blank period. Blank blank said blank blank. Why are they redacting words like a or two or C? I mean, it's so stupid. And in between there's a dash. So blank blank hated Xana Kernodle and stated we should look at her.
Maybe it's somebody with a hyphenated name.
No, I think it's a phi. Something phi.
Oh, do you see there's a dash right here?
Hyphen. Like, don't they hyphenate those sorority names?
Some of them, yeah. Is that this is done one saying this is Kara's name? That's what I was kind of reaching at. Done one. I was curious. It sounded like it could be.
Who was it?
Interesting. Kara, her mother.
Oh,
So it's a female.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be a female that hated her. Is it jealousy due to Ethan? Is it something else? What's up, Kane? Good to see you, Buddy Bear.
Hey,
Buddy Bear. What the hell? Buddy, good to see you, bud. Anyway.
Buddy.
Buddy Bear. What the hell's wrong with
That's my dude.
It says, hey, Eddie, Mama Bear, Dago, Ice T, Marie, and been listening, doing great, guy. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you being here, bro.
Hi, Kane.
Thanks, friend.
Buddy Bear. That's a new one.
Wait,
Eddie, if I ever call you Buddy Bear, Eddie, please swear at me. I'm just saying.
Hey, we got Buddy Bear.
What you called Eddie that one time.
We got Bomb Toy.
Bomb Toy, Buddy Bear. I called Eddie 1 minute nut. Yeah, that was fun. What a mess I am, guys. That one should be good. That goes in the end of the year screw ups. Good God. At least we can laugh a little bit here and there.
No,
but it is what it is. Next up, administrative information. Gideon Roberts again. Let me see. January 5th. Wait a minute. It's just, I hate when they double. Oh, okay. On January 5th of 23 at about 1:57, Idaho State Police, ISP detective, and Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Task Force Officer Gideon Roberts served a search warrant on the person of Brian Christopher Koberger. Here we go. Finally, they bring Brian's name into this at Latah County Jail, located at. Wait a minute. What time was that?
So he was already in jail?
Yeah.
Oh, January.
They had to serve the warrant to him.
Oh, okay.
In person. So.
Oh, got it.
And it was probably for it was signed by, of course, the one that needs to be in jail, Megan Marshall, commanding the collection of prints, hair, buccal swabs, photographs, photos. The search warrant was part of the ongoing quadruple homicide investigation of we all know who. And all evidence was collected and transferred to Moscow PD. So that was, I need to have that info. January 5th of 23. Okay. Interesting. That's when they took all of his buccal swabs and whatever else they got from him. Who knows? Served the warrant on Koberger at the Latah County Jail. Also present at the time of service was Koberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, and her associates, Mick McCarthy, Jay Logston, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Aston, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Southern ISP Forensic Laboratory Scientist Tara Martinez, Haley Youngland, and FBI Special Agent Travis Shirley. I audio recorded the entire event. You should have video recorded it. After introducing myself to Koberger and advising him of the search warrant and providing his attorney a copy of the warrant, scientists Martinez and Youngland began collecting the evidence as prescribed. In the search warrant, Koberger was compliant throughout the process. I'm sure he was. About 2:58, Martinez and Youngland completed the evidence collection and it was returned to his cell while his attorney observed the final packaging of collected evidence. On January 6th, I transferred the audio recording and the photos onto compact discs, processed them into MPD's evidence, and transferred them to MPD evidence technician Small Ridge. I also provided Koberger's attorney a copy of the evidence collection log via email. On January 9th, I provided the evidence collection log and original MPD to Detective Brett Payne, who returned the warrant, of course. Okay, so this is a video via Idaho State Police. November 18th, ISP Layman received an email from blank blank of the blank 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 Moscow, Idaho. Blank provided a Dropbox link to the video surveillance footage he preserved during the evening hours of November 12th into November 13th to 22. The video link was forwarded to this blank here for review. I preserved the video from the Dropbox, placed it on disk, and of course, attached it to the supplement. Another video. On November 19th, ISP Detective Layman and ISP Trooper Kristen Noah met with blank blank owner of blank Moscow, Idaho at Moscow PD. Blank reviewed her video surveillance footage from November 13th and realized that the victims Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan were captured on her camera footage. Blank allowed me to retrieve the video by granting me access to her cloud account using a cell phone application. Blank I viewed the video surveillance footage. I was unable to preserve the footage directly from the application. Of course you weren't. So I made several screen recordings as the footage played on my phone. Blank camera is motion activated and records audio. Notably, Gonsalves and Mogan walked past the camera with blank Jack Showalter at 1:40 hours on 11/13 of 22. The video recordings and screenshots I captured of individuals passing the camera were provided to Moscow PD group reviewing the video footage of the area, and again attached on disk to the supplement. Another interview. On November 15th, ISP Detective Powell, I don't know why I do that. Powell and I conducted an interview with blank at the Moscow PD located. We know where they're at. Reference the video audio interview recording for full details. I hope that we're able to get those one day. That would be nice. I doubt it, but I hope.
When are they supposed to give us? When do they actually release that stuff?
I have no idea.
I doubt it, because how would they censor portions of it?
That's it right there.
Well, they give us recordings of outside. You know what I mean? Like
we won't get that stuff.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, transcript, maybe a transcript of it.
Maybe that would be, yeah. If we're lucky, we'll get that, but I don't think we'll actually get videos.
Right, if you're lucky.
Right. He left his apartment approximately 8 p.m. on November 12th with a female friend named blank. They went to Mingles, a bar in Moscow. ended up meeting another female there, and the three of them left for Corner Club between approximately midnight and 1 a.m. At the Corner Club, he really noticed a girl who couldn't stand, was touching everyone, and he stated, "I thought she was on something."
Oh,
So I was like, this chick is your classic like college girl that took a pill and don't know
what?
what it was or something. This female was later identified as Madison Mogan, I figured.
Wait a minute.
And it was stated in many reports that Maddie was way, way drunker than anybody had ever seen her that night.
And he said on pills that like maybe she was on Xanax too. Blue.
Well, he's just making a reference to
Yeah.
this chick's the classic college girl that took a pill and didn't know what it was. So I get that. But
well,
yeah, that's
I always thought maybe that I thought maybe if one person did do it, that maybe they were all drugged, like maybe they were roofied.
Well,
so
she was the only one that was that bad. Kaylee seemed, when you watch them walk in the grub truck, she seemed okay, but Maddie was bad. She was really bad.
That's what makes me think like.
And multiple people said they had never seen her that bad. So I don't know.
Like maybe she was actually, I don't know, like I want to keep saying roofied, but like I don't know, like that guy that gives out the shots, that's scary. Like I don't understand. Like that, everything about him seemed just like he was just somebody that didn't know any better. He just thought he was cool talking to college girls. Doesn't understand boundaries and stuff, right? But then when you say he had shots for them and he's driving around, like what? Why?
Yeah.
And why
she was like that after he dropped them or before he picked them up. So
he was the one that drove them home. That guy.
And the thing is that they're telling us that there was nothing in the toxicology. That's why I want to see it so bad.
Besides alcohol or what? Wow.
They're saying there was nothing in their system.
So what was the blue stuff? They didn't have time to do the Adderall, I guess. I mean,
that was Xana and Ethan in her room. Who knows? But I'm just saying, I want to see the toxicology report myself.
Me too.
That's what I mean, sis. RB. What I was getting to is, what if they were supposed to be in bad shape so that they could not
fight back
themselves?
Right. That's what I was thinking.
If that was somebody was purposely giving them extra alcohol in their shots or whatever,
or drugging them. I'm saying, like I'm telling you, but people can tell the difference between drinking and being drinking on pills. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people.
He was bouncing off people like a ping pong ball at the grub truck and everything else. So it's very possible. Did they even do a toxicology? That's my next question, Gaia. Truly.
And how come everybody else is drinking, but then apparently we hear that the other one is that Dylan's not.
That's another question I have now too, is if Dylan actually did drink that night, because she's told other people she wasn't going to, but then she's telling police that she was destroyed drunk. And I'm like, were you? Vampire Diaries lady? Were you?
Yeah, vampires aren't real, hon. We're not.
And then also, like Richard just said, that Mabbott said that the tox wouldn't even be necessary. I disagree.
Why would it be necessary?
She was trying to say because of what happened that we don't even need to see a toxicology report. Well,
I would, if they were drugged, then they would understand like maybe who drugged them. That would have a clue to who maybe did it. I'm saying.
The generic report came back stating that there were no illicit drugs in their system. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I just don't. No. I want to see it for myself. I don't believe there were.
The alcohol was definitely in their system, though. Like they knew that they were drunk, right?
There was alcohol. Well, here's the difference, mind you guys. You remember this last year? I think it was Molly, at least here, found a report for the entire state. I think it was, or the county. You remember that, Mama Bear? And it pulled up that there were 4 deaths at that point, and it said that there were drugs within those 4 people. Remember that?
Yeah.
If she's here.
I mean,
are you still here, Bear?
It's hard to believe that. I don't know. Maybe why are you going to start doing Adderall in the morning? You're going to just maybe do your last line out. I'm just saying, I take blue. My husband gets blue ones. I get the peach ones or whatever. We get them both. And people I've known have snorted them for a long time. And I know people that do both, and they convince themselves that it works faster. But again, at 4 a.m, I'm thinking that's not the first time. I don't know. Are you going to just do your last Adderall at that time? They were up all night, so why would you start at 4 a.m?
That's right. Sneak Peeks found the report. Thank you, sweet. I'm sorry. I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
Not that it matters. I mean, Adderall is Adderall. I mean, people. I don't think that's a big deal at all. But it could have been
Well,
Xanax as well.
it may not be listed as an illicit drug. That's why it wasn't listed.
Well, yeah, exactly that, because it could have been prescribed to one of them, or it could have been a benzodiazepine.
A lot of college kids take it to be able to
Yeah,
stay
I
away
mean,
from this and then do that.
I
So
hate to say it's not a bad drug. It's really, I mean,
right.
if you don't have ADHD, you're going to speed off of it. If you have ADHD, it's going to help you focus and, like
Exactly. That's it. Good point. Good
Yeah.
trouble. So on we go with this.
You good? Still good?
Yeah, I'm good. Back to where I was though. Blank and another male left the corner club at approximately closing time and went to the grub truck, a food truck located in, well, we know where it is. After they got to the grub truck, he noticed Mogan arrive with another female who was later identified as Kaylee. Mogan appeared extremely intoxicated to the point that she was falling against the grub truck repeatedly. He noticed a male standing near Mogan and Gonsalves and believed that he was there with them. This male was later identified as John Jack Showalter. He had a conversation with Blank at the grub truck. Blank said that he was there. Showalter said he was there just to make sure the girls got home safe. Blank asked him how he felt about being recorded and then pointed out the live stream recording on the grub truck. They continued talking about inconsequential topics like cars, the weather, how their night was going, etc. It seemed like Blank knew a group of fraternity guys who were waiting at the grub truck. Mogan and Gonsalves were whispering to each other, looking at Blank and Showalter and giggling. He thought that Showalter was in the friend zone. When describing the dynamic between the three, he felt like Showalter was annoyed with the girls, saying he kept shaking his head at them, taking deep breaths and sighing. A blue car, possibly a Honda, eventually pulled up near the grub truck, and he saw Mogan and Gonsalves get in to it and leave. Now, hold on a minute, because were we or were we not told more than once now that Eric Gower had a silver sedan? Huh. So they didn't get, okay. He said a blue, possibly Honda.
A
Clearly.
blue car, possibly a Honda.
Now, so who picked them up? Maybe Gower didn't pick them up.
The footage later.
Or was he in a different car?
They've recorded live stream footage later, but had initially thought he left with them in the car. Huh.
That's different. Xana owned a blue Honda, didn't she?
Susanna picked them up?
Wait, that's what I'm saying. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Xana had a blue Honda. I remember that.
Ethan could have been driving it, or
So this is the second report stating that it was blue, and that Gower owned. It's been reported more than one time a silver sedan.
Yeah, sedan. Okay.
So now we
What's
have
all these silver sedans, tan sedans? It's all like they're all the same.
four-door vehicles. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was just wondering, Dunwan, because Xana and Ethan, no, because they still weren't home though. Remember, Dunwan, when Kaylee got home and they all went up to her room to have their little powwow, they still weren't there.
So they say, right?
And the other report did say it was silver SRB. That's what I'm saying.
Oh wow. Okay.
Maybe the guy was intoxicated and didn't see it. Who knows? I'm just saying.
He might be confused too.
Showalter did say it was silver. That's the thing. Huh. This is this type of stuff that makes, but that's why we stop and discuss these things like this. So, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's an interesting perspective to hear that. Next up, Monday, December 19th, I conducted a follow-up on a purchase made by Gonsalves at blank in the city of Moscow. On 10/22, I conducted interviews with the manager blank and server beverages for $11.75. I received the following information from the interviews. Gonsalves arrived at blank between 8 and 8:30, along with 6 to 7 other females, presumed to be blank. The women all ordered the same drink for the first round, a blue Hawaii. The women were dressed nicely with good demeanors and were coming from or going to an event. Some women purchased a second drink, Gonsalves did, and each woman paid separately. Gonsalves and the women left shortly after consuming their drinks. Photographs of the receipts were entered into e-files. Okay, there they are.
I wonder if we'll get to see them. Oh, well, there we go.
So here's the question: does anybody think that the video, the 1112 video of them arriving home exists?
I question it now, Eddie. I really, truly do.
Interesting. Yeah, I question it too.
Big time.
Annie, I was just thinking that too. Like, why are they? Maybe they are trying to cover up the fact that they got into a silver sedan that looked like the undercover, and they're trying to hide that part. Maybe, I don't know. They're paying attention.
Could be.
Wow.
So it shows the drink here.
Taco.
Wait, how many? 1175. So that was probably what? Two drinks. Okay. All right. So the next step is a room search. Who was given that interview was, hold on, sorry. That was Jake Schwecky. Detective Schwecky. Sorry, guys. All right, down we go. This is again a room search. Excuse me.
Before you get started on that, I just want to share this idea. So
Go for it.
The way on that last subject we were talking about, is it a blue or a silver car? And so if it was a blue Honda, that could very well be one of the roommates. Who did we say it was? Xana?
Xana, yeah, she owned one.
Right. So the way you got to do that is, so if truly it was Xana that picked them up, why wouldn't they want us to know that, right? I mean, what to the narrative would that do? What incentive would they have to hide?
How would it change the narrative, right?
Well, they'd be home sooner, right? They'd be home sooner than what we thought, correct? Or?
No, not necessarily. It would just be a different person involved in bringing them home. Okay, SRB.
Real quick. So, for example, like if Kaylee was truly on the second floor and there's 3 bodies found on the second floor, what would that do to the narrative? Well, it would destroy the fact that they're all sleeping, first and foremost.
Oh, yeah.
So, along those lines of thinking, blue or silver car. I mean, if there's no benefit to them to lie about it, right? But this could be a case where it really was a blue car, and they're trying to imprint into everyone's mind that it's Eric with the silver car for some reason, to try to get us away from the truth.
Isn't the silver car also the undercover as well? Couldn't they also be an undercover? Isn't that a silver?
Is, yeah.
So that could be them trying to hide that vehicle, maybe somebody. But I don't think they would pick them up.
Well, but that would be a point in favor of wanting everyone to think it's a blue car.
Exactly. Right. What you mean. So it's like, or just trying to hide the fact that
stuff like this that you can just drive yourself silly too.
Right. Chase our tails with it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways that this could cause problems, truly.
Yeah.
Very truly. All right, on we go. This is again, it says it's a room search. On November 19th at approximately 2:20, I searched blank bedroom with FBI Task Force Hathaway, while other members of the investigation team, including crime scene lead Talbot, were present. Blank bedroom is the room located within the residence during the time of the quadruple murder. Blank reported she witnessed the murder suspect, later identified as Brian Koberger. So this is Dylan. Okay. Koberger at close proximity while she stood at her bedroom doorway. ISP forensic scientists had identified a bloody shoe print outside of Dylan's bedroom, believed to belong to Koberger. Bullshit. Upon entering Dylan's room, I photographed the bedroom with an emphasis upon her wall hangings and artwork. While conducting a search of her bedroom, the following items were noted and or seized. See ISP Detective Talbot's evidence forms or seized items. The bedroom had a low amount of alcohol compared to the other first and second level bedrooms within the residence. There was a myriad of personal items, notebooks and textbooks, consistent with college student artwork of blank, with an emphasis upon the
Why are they hiding that?
eyebrow
That is so weird to hide that.
pin to hiding what?
Like, why are they redacting what she has on our walls? Like,
I know. They redact such stupid shit with these. It's ridiculous.
it's so stupid.
Upon emphasis upon, I know what this is. Emphasis upon the eyebrows were
Eyebrows,
pinned along with blank for magazines. A letter from the blank sorority blank blank, later confirmed to be blank, was in a clear plastic shoebox within the bedroom closet. A blank was located on the vanity within the bedroom. A sorority blank was located in the black backpack, which was under the bed. I concluded the bedroom search at approximately 3:50, and of course it was tagged into evidence. Huh.
Why was it tagged into evidence, I wonder?
Well, they have to put everything
I
there.
wonder what it was. But she's got a lot of stuff there. It's, you know what I mean? Like, that's her whole bedroom, you know? I wonder why they picked a certain thing, maybe. I don't know.
On November 16th of 22, Detective Joe Lake was assigned by Sergeant Darren Gilbertson to lead the victimology team for the November 13th quadruple murder investigation. The victimology team consisted of me, FBI Special Agent Jonathan Riggs, FBI SA Jared Thompson, and Tactical Specialist Carrie Hadaway, and statewide ISP detectives and nationwide FBI agents for our out-of-area interviews. The victimology team was responsible for understanding relationships, social groups, public lives, and private lives of the victims and survivors, and the connection to suspects. On the 3rd of January, Detective Gilbertson assigned me the additional investigative duty of coordinating the priority of investigation tips related to Brian Kohberger. The coordination of tips includes prioritizing interviews of people associated to Kohberger.
What?
This one, Jen, was written on... The reported date says January 9th of 23. And it says that they did this on November 16th. But it was reported as of January 9th. Yeah, January 9th. And then this next, are you talking about that's one or the one before that, Jen? Because this next one is 2023. Yeah, January 9th of 23 right there. That says the reported date. But they did this on November 16th. Yeah. That is, like I said, the period of time that it took them to do these things is crazy to me.
I hope we have
a lot of these reports were written, like I said before, and I think Eddie was saying it too. They had to have time to put their stories together and put everything in order, in my opinion.
I mean, but like, I don't know. No urgency. I mean, come on. Where's the urgency here?
Well, like I said, because they had to put this whole thing together in their way, that's why there was no urgency.
I mean, why don't they just do I don't know. I was going to say, why don't they just write the truth? But I mean, like, what the fuck?
Well, that's the problem here.
I know. Nobody knows what the truth is because everything's so not fucking right. I know this is just hearsay and all that, but their perception of what these people are saying, and we're just reading what was said. I mean, it could be completely different if we ever get to hear or see the recordings. It might sound different. It might seem like they're being persuaded, or you know what I'm saying, or even lying, and the cops are catching them in lies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And they're like, no, that couldn't have happened. No, that could have happened. You want to
take care, Candy? Yeah, I agree with that, Pizzy. I agree. On Monday, January 6th of 23, Gary Tolson, along with Sean Prosser. Now, there's a lot of people involved, like police officers and detectives involved in this. It's crazy. Interviewed a whole bunch of blanks. The interview was conducted on the blank in the blank room. The interview was recorded with blank knowledge and permission. Blank told us that he had contact with Brian Kohberger because Kohberger was a student seeking a criminal justice doctorate at WSU. Yeah, WSU. Sorry about that. They had met several times to discuss requirements for blank for the new students and a holiday Christmas event. Oh, wait, I skipped this shit. for Koberger's doctorate studies. They also met twice in social settings, once at a barbecue, blank for the new students, and a holiday Christmas event at the college. Blank described Koberger as socially awkward around people. He did not see any other behavior that he thought was odd, but did tell us that Koberger was removed from blank because of his rudeness and unprofessional behavior toward other students and college professors. Blank suggested that we speak to blank about complaints others had brought against Koberger. Blank is the blank. See supplement number 91, which we will get to soon here. It's coming up.
Funny fizzy.
I transferred the recorded interview to compact disc and so on and so forth. And this one was, yeah, so it's the next one coming up. Here we go. The bullshit starts. Now understand, let's look at the dates on these, okay?
Yeah, look at, he misquoted the date. That's
right.
Interesting.
Very interesting. So we got.
You want me to read it? Or are you good?
I'm okay still. I'm okay. Thank you, though. This was reported on January 9th, once again. And the report, it's actually January 9th. So this was after Brian was arrested. Understand it. What's up, Boston? Good to see you, sis. Let's see here. So yeah, January 9th, 23 at about 14:05 hours. ISP detective Sean Prosser. January 9th. Whoa. Hey, Jess. Sean Prosser, along with ISP detective Tolson, interviewed blank in connection with her knowledge and interactions with Brian Koberger. The interview took place at room blank in Pullman, Washington. Also present was State Assistant Attorney General Adam Malcolm. Prior to the start of the interview, blank confirmed she was happy for the interview to be recorded. This recording was subsequently downloaded to CD, so on and so forth. Blank is employed, blank. She has held this position for approximately blank. During the normal course of her studies, she regularly interacted with Koberger. This occurred during new student course orientation, course functions, and other course-related activities. Additionally, Koberger was present at blank during an early semester student meet and greet barbecue. Blank position also requires that she interacts with students to discuss course options and any issues students might have. This includes student interactions with faculty members and other students. As a result, she is a repository for complaints made by students. She described her initial interactions with Koberger as ordinary. Nothing, noting that he came across as lonely. Blank is also from Koberger's home state of PA, and Koberger would strike up conversations about hiking in local area. As we progressed, Koberger would hang out in the hallways of the blank in her office. Described Koberger as creepy. Blank described it as creepy, and he would simply stand at her desk and stare at her or her coworker. Blank. At one stage, blocking the coworker in her desk area. He would also follow them out to their cars at the end of the day. His continued behavior resulted arranging to meet at 1700 hours after work to escort them to their cars. Said complaints from faculty members, administration staff, and other students was referred to the women, and his unprofessional, rude dealings with his blank. This resulted in a mandatory training class for all graduate students regarding behavior expectations. She said during Koberger's attendance at this class, he sat in the back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Said in total, 9 complaints had been filed against Koberger. Refer to the recording for greater detail. Case continues. During the recording, the date noted was incorrectly stated as December when it should have been January. Surprise. So again, and this is what I figured it was going to be, folks. The point I'm trying to make here is that these reports were taken after Brian was arrested. And like I said, if Brian would not have been the suspect in this case, they probably would have never said a fucking word negative about him. That's all I'm saying. Because they didn't say anything else before that until this happened. It's interesting. Right.
I have one more reason why they might say negative things about him. Dago.
Go ahead, Jesse. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you for having me once again. It's come to my attention that Brian said some things about traditional gender roles and some sort of, let's say, conservative jargon in some of his conversations with colleagues and
Right.
professors. And depending on which area of the country you're in, that might be considered fairly normal. But I've mentioned it to other people that, I believe that Washington State University, or any university in a Democrat state, is going to be one of the most woke epicenters of wokeness that you're going to encounter. And any hint that you might have like right wing or conservative values would make you a target just based on your politics. Like,
yes, Jesse, so true. The backlash from doing that would be returned to you disproportionately.
Right.
I mean, in some of these people's minds, there's not much of a step up from voting for Donald Trump or being a murderer yourself because you endorse murder. And I'm not saying that that's my opinion. I'm just saying that certainly there's people out there that have such opinions.
Agreed. Very much so. I agree with Eddie. I mean, absolutely, sir.
So I just wanted to point out that also may be one of the reasons why all the negative comments seem to be coming out of Pullman,
right,
and not out of Pennsylvania, right? Because the people in his hometown probably have conservative views like he does.
Absolutely. Yes, they are unhinged, Lucy. That's a fact. And good point, Jesse. Very good point. Thank you for that.
And by the way, the backlash for that is always disguised. The reason, right, is always disguised as something else. But the underlying offense that they're getting at you about is that exactly.
Bingo. Yep. You're both absolutely right. And that's quite interesting, too. It's crazy to me.
They're always going to find a reason to injure.
Yes.
To nettle, to continue to come at you. Mm-hmm. And it's always going to be your fault. You're the instigator.
1000%, sir. I do agree. Like Meg said, bingo, bongo. All right, guys. So again, on we go with her same. And again, I want to make notice of the fact that these dates are after Brian has been arrested, in custody, accused of the quadruple homicide, that these people are coming forward and making these statements. That's important to me because it proves a point. Let me see. Where'd you go, Done One? Hold on a minute. Let me find your comment here. Cole Barenberg sure does sound like Koberger if you say it real fast. Barenberg, Koberger, Barenberg, Coburg. Yeah, he could. It could. That's a good point, Done One. Very good point. But according to what we've been told, which you can only take with a grain of salt, Barenberg had 2 alibis supposedly that for that night, but whatever. I'll just say it again. Whatever. When she met Koberger, they had a brief conversation about hiking interests in the area. She knew Koberger, or she told Koberger she had a hiking group that she could introduce him to, and the two exchanged phone numbers. She could not recall if Koberger was drinking at the pool party. Nothing in particular stood out about Koberger. Okay. Remember that one right there. Nothing in particular, weird or not, stood out about him. After the homicides, Blank searched her phone, remembering Koberger had sent her the text. The text was as follows. Hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoyed that activity, so please let me know. Thanks. Blank believed the individual named Blank invited Koberger to the pool party. For further details, refer to the recording of the interview. Copy of the interview was turned over to Moscow PD. There it is, guys. And that was the girl, if you remember, in the hit piece from Dateline, where she said that they were supposed to meet up again, but the universe got in the way or whatever it was. But, and then she got a little negative, which that's bullshit. Sorry. But anyway, on January 9th at approximately 2 o'clock, Captain Kemp from ISP and Sergeant Stennett conducted an interview with Blank, date of birth of 91, at the Blank in Pullman, Washington. The interview was in reference to Blank, knowledge of Brian Koberger, date of birth of 94. Blank was a graduate student and Blank at Blank working in the Blank program. She was a fellow colleague. Oh, so this would be the student teacher program, I'm guessing. of Koberger and had an blank to his, an office adjacent to his. Sorry. She was also working on a project with Koberger in a limited capacity. The project was part of the Division of Governmental Studies and Services, DGSS. She had limited interactions with Koberger while working with the DGSS. One interaction was on a Zoom call. The other was a follow-up question concerning the project. She first met Koberger August in her office. 2 other graduate students were present. He told her that he was from PA and enjoyed hiking. They also spoke about his field of study, offender decision making. He was particularly interested in how emotion played a role in how offenders make decisions. Throughout the semester, she would routinely discuss criminal justice topics with Brian. They discussed the use of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on society. He told her he was not a drinker and did not understand why people drank. Good point. She said that's what made me quit. She said Koberger really liked to discuss research and he liked to dominate the conversations. She described him standing in the doorway and hovering. She never felt uncomfortable around him. Remember that. He had a macho demeanor about him and would appear to be puffed up. The only thing she felt was off about Koberger was his intense stare. Once again, folks, he's autistic. Just keep saying that. I'm going to keep saying that so that people don't forget that. He would intensely stare at people even when he wasn't having a conversation with that person. She described having a conversation with him in her office. She tried to end, and he would not stop talking. She told him that she was leaving because she wanted to avoid getting a parking violation. She walked out, and he continued to talk to her while she was walking to her car. She did not have any relationships with him outside of school. And again, autism does that. My son was always like that. If you engage with somebody that doesn't have much interaction with people and you start them talking, they don't want to stop talking because they don't get to do it very often because there's an interest there that they're looking for. They like the social interaction with people that doesn't happen very often. And if you have something in common with somebody and they're talking to you, that's why he continued on talking. My son does every.
Yeah, Willie's friend that he interviewed or had a discussion with about it said that when he's interested in something, that's when he gets excited. He wants to talk about it. When he's not, it's not interested. So he doesn't seem interested at all. But
that's my son's the same exact way. And I'm telling you, that's part of the autism because if you want to talk to Caden, my son Caden, about his job, he'll stand there dead silent. But if you bring up anything about comic books or superheroes, he'll talk to you until his lips fall off because that's an interest that he has. He doesn't get to have those conversations often.
True.
Okay. A lot of people just like to talk, period.
And this is something Brian was interested in.
Right.
This. Of course he would
talk. That doesn't make him weird, folks.
No.
That's what's making me sick about these people.
It's so rude to say how he's so rude to say. Like, don't you know that he struggles. Like, why are you making it sound like it's nefarious what he's doing? Like,
they have to follow that narrative. They have to. People get excited when they can add something to a situation like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
And it's disgusting to me that just grow the fuck up, shut up and sit down. That's all I'm saying. I'm sick of it.
And he hated women and this and that. He hated women. What? Like, how did anybody get out of that?
He was not an incel. If he was an incel, Brian Koberger would not have walked up to the 2 women at the pool party and sat down and tried talking to them. He would have completely avoided them. Okay.
It's like fuck him for trying to make friends. It's like so fucked up.
He hated women. He wouldn't have had all women on his trial.
100%.
His mom all day long. Like it's all for hours at a time.
His attorney, the panel of attorneys was 90% female. So of course, if that was the case, he would have requested something different, knowing how he is. He never did. So that's another bullshit statement. Thank you, Mama Bear.
Yep.
The people that are saying that, again, can shut up and sit down because it's bullshit.
Yep. The hovering, all that, that's awful. Like
hovering, because like I said, he doesn't, it's a new environment. Okay. These are new people, new environment. He's probably uncomfortable because he's not that close to these people and he feels out of place, not knowing where to put himself. So that's what he does. So
I'm like that normally. Like, you know what I mean? Like most people are kind of uncomfortable and they don't know anybody and they
right.
Exactly. They attack his condition. It's so awful, Sandra. It makes me sad.
That's what makes me sick about this.
Yeah, that's right. Trying to make friends, that's bad. Having a few friends, that's also bad.
What a sociopath. I mean,
Can you
geez.
That
imagine?
makes you a bad person. That tells you how fucked up society is and the people are nowadays.
He
It
has
really does. It makes me
he gives
upset.
respect to women, so therefore he's an incel. Can you imagine if he was a womanizer?
Right.
Oh, God forbid. Oh, well, he was like, he wanted to
Well,
watch
if you
that
back
porn.
up, you guys, if you remember the interaction that he
Yep.
had with the female police officer when he got stopped, and everybody out here tried to say, "Oh my God, did you see him? He was looking her up and down, and he was thinking this and that." And I'm like, "Shut up, just shut up," because once again, he was nothing but respectful to her. He was very polite and quiet, and he listened to what she had to say. He allowed her to. He asked her questions because he's not from the state. He gave her the time to go back and get the answer, and then he agreed with her when she gave the answers. That is people once again trying to create something out of nothing because
Right.
they're all fucking idiots and need to shut up and sit down.
And it's like how they say, oh, he was a virgin. And he hated women because he couldn't be with them. He's not a bad looking dude. Like, it's not like he was, and I know he did get women's numbers before,
Right. And just like last night, that fucking hot air balloon that was in there that needed to eat another cupcake was trying to run her mouth, calling him a creeper and this and that and everything else. You got a lot of room to talk there, sweetie pie.
Really. Who are you anyway? Like, really?
I can't stand people that do that to other people. It's disgusting.
And then none of them have ever had a conversation with Brian ever. I'm talking about the people like the lady that's on court TV and all that.
They don't, but they're judging based on what they want, what they think the world wants them to say.
Well, it's like, did you ever even speak to him? Like, those interviews are so ridiculous. Like, are you ask questions that are relevant, please? Did you speak to Brian Koberger? How do you know this? How do you know he's a sociopath? How do you know? Like, it's like all fucking. It's
listen, I even said myself as a guy that I don't think Brian is a bad looking guy. Okay?
No, it's not.
He's got a good build. He's athletic. He's this. He does not. He's not that bad looking.
Exactly, so Amanda.
People need to get off that.
Yep, that's a good Amanda. I'm the same way. I like if you're tall, it doesn't matter. You're good looking to me. Like anything over 6 feet, it's like. But people
moving on.
That counts me out. Damn.
We'll find you somebody.
No. Jesse's married with kids.
I was going to say you're married with children.
I also live in Asia, so I get like a
Asia.
I'm tall for Asia.
Are you?
That's why you moved there. There's your answer as to why you moved there. You wanted to be taller. There you go. Makes sense now, buddy. I get it.
Any more therapy sessions? We figured it out.
She was aware of an issue that he had with blank blank named blank blank. He was perceived by female classmates as dominant and disrespectful to female instructors. At one point, blank had come into her office crying because of a classroom discussion Koberger was having with her. His behavior could be described as possibly sexist. He really did not like to be interrupted.
Who does?
I get that. She could not relate any instances where empathy would have been used during their conversations. She did say that he seemed very uptight and serious. Okay. He wanted to come off as intelligent. Again, okay. Her understanding was Koberger wanted to continue in academia and possibly become a professor. She did recall that one staff pulled her aside and made her aware of a possible issue with him stalking another member of the staff. An incident took place where he asked out the other staff member and had followed that individual outside to her car. A report was filed with the Office of Civil Rights. The blank he asked out was blank. Jesus Christ. She was shocked the homicides happened. In her hindsight, the homicides may have taken place because
if that isn't a reason to become an incel, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well,
you ask a girl out and it goes to the report to the
Human Rights Report against you for asking her out. Give me a flipping break, guys. What the hell? And again, this is all stuff that we're being told after the man's been arrested. I want to know how true this is. That's my problem right there. Hey, JC, good to see you, sis. And that's ridiculous to me. None of that shit was ever said, in my opinion. And I want to see where that's reported at before he got arrested. That's all I want to know. At approximately 2:22, the interview concluded. No, for further detail, refer to the audio, blah, blah, blah. We know. Okay, on we go. This again is interview with blank, blank, reference to her knowledge of Brian. You can go ahead and read that one, Krista, if you feel like it.
Krista is muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. I do it so I don't interrupt. Okay. On January 9th, 2023, at approximately 3:04 p.m., Idaho State Police Captain J. Kemp and ISP Sergeant J. Stennett, conducted an interview with blank blank, reference her knowledge of Brian C. Kroberger. Date of birth 1994. The interview took place at the Moscow Police Department, Moscow, Idaho. Blank conducted the Moscow homicide tip line to report she had observed Kroberger with bloody knuckles. She saw the knuckles just prior to the homicides. The hands looked really beat up, like he was hitting something. Bloody knuckles. She saw the knuckles just prior to the homicides. The hands looked really beat up, like he was hitting something. She was enrolled as a graduate student with Washington State University in the something program. She had blank with Kroberger. She did not like Kroberger, and they did not share the same focus of study. She recalled, "I don't like you, bitch." She recalled Kroberger talking constantly during the something class. He would pick fights with other classmates. She described an argument where blank blank left the class upset. She had heard of an incident with female professor where Kroberger disagreed with the grade he had been given. Kroberger went to a male professor to complain about the grade. The female professor, scroll down for me. The female professor, she described Kroberger as weird. This is going to make me upset. But he had never threatened her. In one instance after class, Kroberger and her were alone. When she was trying to leave the classroom, he blocked her exit. She described him blocking her with his physical stance. Kroberger said she should meet up sometime and talk about her professional career. She felt like he just wanted to keep the discussion going, even though class was over. Oh, what a sociopath he is. Jeez. After the homicides, Kroberger stopped bringing a cell phone to class and started bringing a laptop. She never saw Kroberger using the laptop. Back to the bloody knuckles. So that was before the homicide. So why is that even relevant? Well, because it happened before. After the homicides, Kroberger stopped bringing a cell phone to class and started bringing a laptop. She never saw Kroberger using a laptop. Prior to the homicide, she noticed him always using his phone. Because he was very studious, she believed he would take notes on his phone. She described a change in his appearance after the homicides. He would normally be clean-shaven and neatly dressed. After the homicides, he would come to class with facial hair, and he got a haircut, remember? With facial hair, and his dress would be disheveled. He also started wearing a thick blue coat that he never took off during a 3-hour class. It was winter. The weather did not really call for a heavy coat. It was December, January, or November. It was cold. She described Kroberger engaging regularly in classroom discussions. After the homicides, the topic was discussed during class. She thought it was odd that Kroberger never participated in the discussions about the Moscow homicides. Kroberger continued to engage in their discussions and appeared to be... Hold on. After the homicides, the topic was discussed. She thought it was odd that Kroberger never participated in the discussions after the Moscow homicides. Kroberger continued to engage in other discussions and appeared to be more cheerful. He wasn't cheerful talking about first murdered people? Wow. I mean, geez. She did not know anything about Kroberger's outside of class. Kroberger was always playing the devil's advocate in class. Good. He likes to open discussion. What a sociopath. Amen. During the semester, students were required to read 4 books. The third book they were required to read was a book about DNA evidence. She recalled Kroberger being heavily involved in the discussions about the book in class. Scroll down. There you go. I mean, like, none of this seems odd, like we said. Wait, can I use it?
It's all meaningless. My biggest question out of all these is, what is the repercussion for falsifying a sworn statement?
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that, like, he had bloody knuckles before, like he was hitting something, like, what?
No, that's not. Sorry, I had to let my dog in. Sorry about that. But I don't think he had bloody knuckles. I think it's because he's obsessive about washing his hands.
And he did this. Remember, he did the thumbs up. Did you see any scars of bloody knuckles?
No, this was, and she even said it was before the homicides that he had bloody knuckles. So his hands,
but even if he did, it would still stay on his knuckles when he did this. So I don't think he ever had bloody knuckles, you know?
Well, no, I do.
You think?
Yeah, even if you look at his hands and the pictures that they put out about him being in jail now, his hands are bright red. He's
Oh,
obsessive
he washes
compulsive, and he washes his hands till they bleed. So
True. That's right.
that's what she was seeing. So
Okay.
she can, once
sense.
again, shut up and sit down.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, lady. I don't like you either. Okay.
Again, my apologies for I had to step out and put my dog out. Where did you leave off at, right?
Right at 11.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. She did not know anything about Koberger outside of class. Koberger was always playing the devil's advocate in class. During the semester, students were required to read 4 books. I'm sorry. Okay, we did that one. Koberger was at department. DNA in class. Koberger was at the department bar outing at a downtown bar in Pullman, Washington. The outing occurred in October. Koberger purchased a bottle of wine and drank the entire bottle. She was aware of running tally some of the female students had. The tally tracked his tardiness to female instructor-led classes versus male instructor-led classes. The tally showed he was constantly late to female instructor classes, never late to male. This is so fucking stupid. Never late to male instructor classes. Oh,
This is dumb.
this is so dumb. She was not aware of the other requesting escort. She was not aware of other blank requesting escorts out of the building because they feared Cooper. She was not aware of any. Okay. Somebody said he did that was a thing, but they're saying nobody requested that she didn't know requested escorts.
It's more made up information.
Yeah, 3:25 p.m. The interview ended. For further details, refer to I Want to Hear Your Audio, lady. Recording of this interview. A copy of the audio recording was given to Moscow State Police. Hello, he's not. Oh my gosh, jeez.
And I know I can understand it when the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
I'm OCD too, folks, in a bad way, and I had the same thing happen to my hands, exactly the same thing during the pandemic because I was constantly washing and sanitizing my hands out of paranoia. Okay. And it's very easily for them to chap and dry and bleed, period. And that's what she saw. I promise you that's what she saw. Yeah. Brian does not come off as a violent person that's going to run around punching things. Okay.
No.
Oh,
not at all.
There's one more thing that Steve G was inaccurate about.
Yep.
More fake news from Steve G because he described the Brian tally as like sexist behavior, ass grabbing, or
right,
like making rude comments to women, and he didn't describe it as simply being late for class.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, to me, they should investigate the people that were actually running that tally, because running a tally on who's late for class sounds more psycho than anything else.
That's a form of stalking. That's a form of stalking to me.
It's a little obsessive, don't you think? What if we see how late the class?
Right.
And why would you think to think that he's late for female classes because he doesn't respect females? And if he wants to be late for class when he has a female teacher, and you're gonna concoct and infer that that's because he's sexist. I mean, even if it is true, which I don't think it is, I think that's a giant leap to just come up with that and decide that that's why he's late for these classes. But even if he was, isn't that entirely up to him? I mean, maybe he just doesn't like those teachers. Maybe those teachers aren't his interest. Maybe he doesn't respect them. And maybe it is because he's sexist. The last time I thought that it was okay to be, there's lots of people out there that have flaws that aren't nice.
It's your choice to be who you are. Right.
Exactly. And like, that doesn't make you a sociopath because you're sexist.
That's the thing too, though. Like, somebody that's watching him well enough to know that he drank a whole bottle of wine, to know that you're watching him close enough to know he's late to that class, and this class. Who's the stalker here? Come on.
Yeah. Who's giving the police all his information about where he's at, what he's doing?
Right.
You're clocking what he's doing for somebody else. His whereabouts.
Some of these people got angry because Brian is very smart. And maybe Brian called them out on when they're wrong about something and they're taking offense to it. In turn, that makes them want to get back at him and make these statements. And I'm sorry to tell you, but get over it.
And if this is a subject he's interested in, he's probably going to stand by his points. And people can make certain points just because he doesn't want to give in to your narrative.
Right. He wants to be right 100%. If he knows he's right about something, I'm the same damn way. If I know I'm right about something, I will argue with you on that hill until you fall off, period.
I don't know.
I'll also point out the contradiction that Howard Bloom theorizes that he's absolutely infatuated with his female professor. So
Oh my God,
the
yeah.
idea that he's so sexist that he's going to be late for class to all these female professors, but yet the reason he committed these crimes is because he's infatuated with one of his Catherine Ramsland.
That's
And I
right.
mean, so yeah, massive contradiction there. I just wanted
Bingo.
to point that out.
Good point, sir.
And how they said that he was worried about his mom and his dog. That would be my first question too. Are my parents okay? The living souls in the house that you have gotten out of my house and raided. Are my parents okay? And is my dog okay? Or my cats? You know what I mean? They said, oh, that's all he was worried about. Well, what else would he be worried about besides himself and the fact that you have his mom and dad in hand? That, you know, they've never been through anything like this. I want to know where's my animals too. Like everything that he's ever, he says, oh my God, that's all he was worried about. It's like, he was so nonchalant because he didn't do it. Like he's probably like, all right, you're arrested. I know I'm innocent. You're going to figure that out. He probably really thought that they were going to like be able to see, okay, you know what I mean? He's innocent and we can't hold him on this.
Right, Brian. On November 18th to 22, Idaho State ISP Detective Lehman, along with Jacob Schweck, interviewed blank, date of birth 89 at blank, where he was employed. An email tip 0040 had been sent to MPD requesting detectives investigate the whereabouts of a subject most likely to be blank on November 12th and 13th due to his lengthy behavior issues and his living within close proximity to 1122. Moscow officers were able to provide information regarding blank, including his current employer. Blank agreed to sit down to an interview at 1200 hours. The interview was audio recorded. Gee, imagine that. Blank did not know anything about the homicides on November 13th. Blank said that he did not know any of the victims. Blank had not heard anything around town and was only familiar with the case based on what had been released in the news. Blank confirmed that he lived on blank near the area where the homicides occurred. Blank said that he was at the blank church during the evening hours of November 12th of 22 until 2200 hours, following activity night at the church. Blank from the church returned blank to his apartment where he remained until going to the blank center on November 13th to 22 at 1200 hours. Blank was alone at his apartment. Blank works on computers and watches movies while at his apartment. Blank initially heard about the homicide at work. Blank did not hear or see anything unusual on November 12th of 22 near his apartment. Blank seemed truly concerned about the homicides and wished that he had more information. Blank said that he does not spend time around the Greek community. Blank worked Tuesdays through Fridays from 0930 till close. Blank has a history degree from University of Idaho, but has not been involved with the university recently. Audio recording is attached and filed in MPD as always. Agency assist other. On November 18th, ISP Detective Lehman, along with Jacob Schwecky, interviewed blank, date of birth of 96, at his apartment at blank, Moscow, Idaho. Blank was identified by MPD as a suspect in a blank 22 incident in which he verbally threatened female University of Idaho students on a sidewalk at 1240 hours. Is this the guy that threatened with a knife? Maybe. I located blank at his apartment and agreed to come speak with me.
Now that's a reason to be concerned. Not somebody just like wanting to win their argument. This guy's verbally
threatening. It says, you see how this one said this one was not audio recorded. That's interesting.
The guy, okay. Wow.
Blank said he was at work at blank until 23:30 hours on 11/12. Blank met with his girlfriend blank at John's Alley Bar. Blank was unsure of times in the early morning hours after leaving the bar, but confirmed a Moscow PD officer gave blank and him a ride to blank apartment due to her amount of intoxication. Really? Blank walked home from blank apartment and remained in his apartment, waking at 13 to 1400 hours on November 13th to 22. Blank said that blank was in the apartment with him and was still sleeping when blank left in the afternoon hours on November 13th to 22.
That's
blank
like 4 in the afternoon, right? 13, 14. That's what, 3 in the afternoon or something, right?
13 is be 1 to 2. 13 to 14 is 1 to 2.
8 p.m. Right.
Yeah. Blank said that he learned of the homicides from the news and others in the area. Blank did not know the victims and did not spend time with college students. Blank removed his sweatshirt, showing me his arms and neck, and there were no marks on Blank's arms, neck,
Either were
or
bruised.
face.
Did they even check Brian? Did they check Brian's arms and legs?
Well, by the time they got to him, it was too late at that point anyway. But
no, I mean scars.
yeah, you could look for that too.
You would think he got hurt. You know what I mean? You would think.
I'm sure they did look at him.
Yeah, I know they did that.
On him.
And I'm sure there's nothing, no scars, no slices, no. We saw pictures of him, so had a haircut, had a doctor's appointment. I'm sure if there was a slash or anything, he would have seen it. They would have seen it. I mean, the man took a picture that night when he looked fine to us. His hair was cut. He did look disheveled to me, like they're saying. You know what I'm saying? He got a haircut literally 2 days later, and they're saying how he was all disheveled coming to class.
Right.
Like, what? Doesn't make sense.
All right. Let's see here.
Can we read it? Are you good?
I mean, if you want, go ahead.
On November 23rd, 2022, Idaho State Police ISP Detective Leslie Lehman retrieved DNA swabs collected by the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office from blank, date of birth 1983. The swabs were collected by pathologist Sean Ricciardo during blank autopsy. Due to blank unusual behavior leading up to his death, Ricciardo and his staff felt it necessary to secure his DNA sample and provide it for the Moscow homicide investigators. Is this what's his face? I immediately transported the packaged swabs from Spokane and delivered them to the Moscow Police Department. Evidence staff on November 23rd, 22, MPD staff member Cassie Macy entered the evidence into the MPD system. The photographs I took to show chain of custody have been saved to a disk and will be given to Moscow Police Department for attached to the supplement. Is that what's his name? Brett Kopaka? It says during his autopsy. Something's autopsy. He was born on white male, born in 83.
No, whoever that was way older than Brett.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who that was. That's interesting.
Somebody not alive though.
Right.
Can we take a detour?
Yes, please do.
Okay, that highlighted comment, Beach Babe. Put that up again, because that's interesting.
It is a good comment.
Very good question.
I think because he's silent and is because they're planning something. Like they probably told him don't ever say a word.
It says, at what point will Brian be able to talk, tell his story? Is there anything legal stopping him now? It's a good point and a good question.
There's two things that could account for why he pled. Think of it. I think most of you have it figured out. I don't know if I want to spell it out because it's easier for you to see it if you arrive there at your own,
I've been saying I thought he was afraid that they would push up if he was found guilty, the death penalty, they would push up the date on him and make sure, a firing squad, make sure that it happens and he'll never, at least he has a fighting chance for the rest of his life now. And that's my whole point. Like, I think he had to get out of this court, out of this, I don't know, wherever that court system that he was stuck in, that was turning down obvious evidence that was going to exculpatory evidence from one of the witnesses, all of that. To see all that, I'd be like, these people are going to kill me. I am not going to risk their jury finding me guilty. Because I remember we kept saying, I'm like, there's no way. This is all ridiculous. I would be scared to death too, to go to trial with these people. I would have to do what he did. That's what I'm thinking. At least he has a fighting chance now.
It almost seems like this is an effort to silence him. Like, Dago, you kind of led in your live stream with the thought of, it seems like Brian might have learned some information through whatever it is that he was doing for work. And if that is the case, it certainly does feel like they're trying to, bury him underneath the prison and silence him.
Of course. I mean, I've been thinking about that a lot, and I've thought about it throughout the entire case that we followed. Now, first off, we've learned quite a bit about Brian and how inquisitive Brian is, how, for lack of better terms, how nosy he is and how much he likes to research and know. Okay. Think about that. And the fact that he's very interested in what he does, working in cloud forensics, all these other things. He's very interested in it, which is great. That's why he's taking it. That's why he was taking the course to get a doctorate in it. Okay. So once again, if you're looking into things as you're researching stuff locally, you know, you notice that every time that he's been interacted with somebody, even when he was arrested in PA back here, he's talking to them about their jobs. Okay. That's interesting to me. That is what made me start going that direction, that maybe, just maybe, through local research that Brian was doing about his, you know, what his job was to try to keep up with his studies and so on and so forth, he chose to do it locally where he's at, and maybe fell into something and said, wait a minute, this ain't right. And maybe he approached somebody and said, hey, I don't know if you know, trying to be impressive, you know, maybe trying to get a job at WSU or whatever it was they was trying to do, and said, did you know that this was here and this was going on, or this or that, or what's this all about, possibly, so on and so forth, being the way that he is, very forthcoming. And somebody went,
he's very naive. He sees the world black and white.
Right.
Yep.
Just like the lying, and you know, like the
he wouldn't get
traffic stop.
Yep.
He, in his mind, it's, you know, it's better to tell the truth and have the fallout of that rather than to lie.
Bingo.
So being honest is the natural choice. He just sees it black and white like that.
Yeah. They even like,
so
you guys saw the interview with that what is it, the sheriff or whoever he applied directly to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy came across as a little bit suspicious. He kind of looked like a frat boy that, you know, got fat and was 60 years old, but deep inside, he's still in high school.
Wants to be included.
He probably is on the board of one of the frats.
Jenke's very suspicious, Jesse. I'll tell you that right now.
That's who he could have said something to.
He was basically saying that Brian Koberger wasn't cool enough to hang out with the cool kids in his department.
Well, and that could be, he could have been, until he brought something up to Jenke that Jenke went, how'd you know that? Wait a minute. That's a problem.
We're not hiring him.
And then maybe Jenke made reference to somebody else and said, hey, bro, this kid knows this, and this, and that's a problem. Okay. What are we going to do about this? So, yeah.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. It's very interesting to me. And that could exactly be how Brian ended up, how we know who he is, in my opinion.
Yep.
I'm just saying, that's something I've been thinking about for a while now.
He just, crazy. You know, those drives at night, I don't know if it's just as simple as that. There might be like some purpose to them, right? He's out there learning something, maybe seeing something, who knows?
Or
but
if
then
he's like Target,
he's not working on an island, you know, or in a vacuum. He's telling that information to someone, and little does he know, because he's so naive and trusting, he's working with a double agent. So it's like,
bingo.
You know, that person is saying, hey, good, keep it up, keep, you know, learning more and informing me of everything you got. And he's thinking he's on the right course, but little does he know he's creating
burying himself. Right. Bingo.
That makes me sad.
It is horrible, but I mean, that very well could be exactly what happened here, guys, and how they got to him and why they're doing this to him now. Because in the end, we don't know that he hasn't told Ann about that either. If that were to be the case, okay, and they couldn't bring that forward because it doesn't pertain to this case at this point, but it could be something that does come out later on. Who knows? But you know, we have to take his word for it. Nobody's going to do that at this point. They're going to, oh yeah, he's going to say that. Sure he is, because he's a convicted killer, you know, blah, blah, blah.
The thing is, like, he's never, all these people that they have all these different narratives of what he is, they think he is, all these, like, these, you know, professionals. And it's like, you've never had a goddamn conversation with him. You have no idea.
Right.
That, like, what he really, you know, what he's really thinking. And the fact that he was in one of those classes and they were talking about the murder afterwards, or anything. He could have been saying things that, like, oh, this could have been this. He could have been almost trying to figure it out. You know, he could have been, you know, they could have seen him. Oh, wow, he knows this or no. You know, I don't know. Maybe he knows Molly McMeth. Who knows? You know,
Thank you, Ashley. Very much appreciate that. It's very sweet of you.
You know, they could have been like, oh, this guy knows too much. You know, like you said, Who knows what they talked about, what murder or what unsolved crimes they talked about.
It just makes him make sense to me, Chris, is all I'm saying. Is it makes him in the picture, being in the picture, it makes some sense now. That's all.
Yep.
Somebody,
you ready?
Yeah,
Interviewed.
Go ahead if you want to.
Somebody interviewed blank, date of birth in 2003, in continuation of the homicide investigation in Moscow, Idaho. Blank named was reported via the tip program as a person who knew Ethan Chapin and was described as odd. I called blank, who agreed to come to the ISP District 1 office in Coeur d'Alene to be interviewed. Sorry if I looked at that. I began the interview at 13:53 hours. Blank said he was no longer attending the University of Idaho as he was preparing to leave North Idaho to join the Navy. Blank confirmed his current address at blank Rathdrum, Idaho. Blank was roommates with blank, who was blank reporting the unresponsive persons at 1122 King Road on November 13th, 2022. Blank was roommates, and the blank was the blank, who was blank reporting the unresponsive person. Blank said he had a great deal of time. Okay. Blank said he spent a great deal of time at the apartment at 1122. Is this Hunter? King Street? No, because he didn't join the name. Sorry. He spent a great deal of time at the apartment at 1122 King Street. Blank said he, blank, and blank girlfriend blank, or Emily, are close friends with victims Xander Cornado and Ethan Chapin. Blank said there were many members of the U of I Greek community who spent time at the 1122 King Street apartment, eating and partying. Blank said the apartment was frequented by blank and blank. Blank was a member of the blank, but he had dropped during the first week of this year. Blank was still active in the Greek groups, including blank. Blank lived at the blank in Moscow. Blank were blank, and blank. Said blank had gone to Mexico following the murders and was now in Boise. Blank and blank were residing in an apartment in Moscow. Is this Hunter? On November 12th, 2022, he was born in 2003. On November 12th, 2022, blank said he was staying in blank with his father so he could purchase a new phone. A new phone? Remember somebody had left their phone there? Blank went to Moscow on November 13th, driven by his father. He arrived back at his apartment at 800 hours. The early drive to Moscow was not unusual for his father due to his work schedule. Blank and his father bought groceries, and blank was dropped off. Blank spent the morning catching up with blank boyfriend and blank. The group was saying goodbye to scroll down. Is this what this is? There you go. Scroll down for me. Are you guys talking? Let me see the chat. Who do you guys think this is? There you go. All right. After the police activity began in the area, blank said he last saw Cornado approximately 3 days prior to November 13th, 2022. Blank apartment, confirming he left for blank on Wednesday prior to the murders. Blank saw Chapin the same day as Cornado and also played internet video games, Apex Legends, with Chapin and blank on November 12th, 2022, at approximately 18:30 hours before everybody went out. Blank considers himself an acquaintance of Madison Mogan and Kayla Gonzalez and did not know them very well. Blank does not think he is on social media with any of the victims, but would be in pictures of a trip to Priest Lake with Chapin. Blank was in 1122 King Street apartment in the early part of the week on November 7th, and blank has been in several of the rooms within the apartment. So he was there that week before the cleaning, it looks like, right? Blank texted Chapin after he learned of the reports of an incident at 1122 King Street, but did not have any communication with any of the victims in the 48 hours leading up to the homicides. Blank could not speak to any knowledge of the victims feeling unsafe. Blank said there was fistfights in his apartment complex and in the parking lot. Blank had witnessed 2 of the fights. Blank was involved in one which unknown male walked into his apartment and punched him in the face. Other people with the male broke up the fight. Blank said the fight was in. What the fuck is this? What is this? Okay. The fight was in September. Okay. Blank has never seen the unknown male or his friends in the area again. Blank said he kept the door locked of his apartment locked due to the amount of drunk people around the area. I get that. Blank said he knew most of the people that live in the area of 1122 King Street and cannot think of anyone who would commit the murders. Blank knew the back sliding door of 1122 King Street is always left unlocked, and many people are aware of that. Blank is friends with Blank and Blank, the surviving roommates at 1122 King Street, and usually hung out with them in a group of friends. Blank volunteered DNA samples and secured buccal swabs. The audio of the interview was saved to a disc. Thank God. The disc and the buccal swabs were packaged and signed over to the ISP. Michael Van Leuven to transfer it to the Van Leuven transferred to the Moscow Police Department. Oh wow! So somebody just walks in the house and punches us in the face.
Anybody have any ideas on who that is?
I thought it was Hunter for a minute, but I mean,
No.
it says friends with girlfriend.
Brian, Cole Berenberg, Brian, is somebody else that had been barred. He was blocked or thrown out of the corner club that night for fighting. And his one part of some of his DNA showed up under Randy's fingernails as well. But he was cleared. He had 2 alibis and was not in that area that night. Supposedly he was in Boise. I don't know.
This guy has.
He's not number 9, right?
No, that's Jack Katovich.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So yeah. Anyway.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Before we move on, I don't know if we have completed our thoughts on what we were discussing moments ago about Beach Babe's question, right?
Mm-hmm.
After we got done talking, she posted another thought about it. We did move on kind of fast. There was one last thing I was thinking to add to that, if that's okay.
Please do.
I'm trying. Okay, here we go. So rather than you scroll back and try to find what she said, I have copied and pasted it here.
Was that it right there, Eddie, on screen?
Yeah. Okay, so my thoughts on that is I think they have effectively silenced him forever. And the reason is this. If his taking this plea has to do with an appeal, well then he'll remain silent, of course. There'll be, saying anything would be just folly, that he wouldn't say anything, right? At that
Right.
It just makes sense. So and if he had any knowledge of anything else, I mean, that's the last thing on his mind. His primary focus is to fight for his freedom.
Of course, yeah.
To become, exonerated. Now, if he doesn't appeal, and the reason why he took the plea deal is because of a threat. Well,
I agree. I feel that way.
Obviously, he's not gonna say I'm innocent, right? I mean, he could, but what purpose would it do? He just sat and admitted in court. So, I mean, it would be ineffective. There'd be no purpose to that. That'd be kind of a wasted effort. And then if he had knowledge of something, right, that we were discussing, kind of our theory, if Beach Babe's question is, would he say anything about that? The answer is absolutely not. He just ran across a whole Roman legion, and he saw, that they meant business. And how can one person stand against such a power?
Agreed.
He's not going to say anything because he knows. Well, first of all, the threat forced him to take the plea deal, and he knows the terms and conditions of the threat. I don't really think it was, if it was a threat for personal reasons, like preserving his own safety.
Mm-mm.
I think he was protecting others that he cared
If
for.
anything, it was his parents and sisters and stuff, possibly, or maybe even Anne. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, because his life is effectively over. Even if he gets exonerated, it's like, I've already been here, nearly 3 years.
Yeah.
900 days, whatever it was.
That's so
And
sad.
even if I win this battle, which I can't, my, what future is there?
Right.
And
mean, at
now
least
I'm
they'd be
faced with,
free.
if I don't take the plea deal, it's, we saw what happened in the 1122 King Road.
Uh-huh.
We saw what happened there, and there's more of that coming to those that
could
I
be.
care for.
Exactly.
So yeah, they silenced him. No matter how you try to, sort it out in your mind, there's.
I think the only way that Brian will be able to come forth and speak on anything is if and when it's proven what truly happened here. Okay. And if that does happen, then I feel that he'll be able to, and it's, it's dealt with. Let me put it that way. It's dealt with. And even then, he'll still have to be careful, I think. But I think then when he sees that it's out there and the world sees that it's out there, and he kind of does have a little protection then, because then if something happens, they're going to know why. So people are going to be kind of sidestepping that. And at that point, then he may have the ability to step forward and tell his side of things, possibly. At that point.
Would now be an appropriate time to ask about everybody's personal theory of what they think actually happened and why the cover-up is happening?
I mean, yeah, anytime is a good time for that, because there's a lot of people that have different feelings on it. So sure.
Can I start then?
Go for it. We're about done with these anyway, because we've been here.
I don't have, I can't tell you what I actually think happened so specifically, but I'm starting to, a running tally of things that I consider to be somewhat proven to me now. And
right.
I'd like to run them by you guys and see if you agree.
Go for it.
At this point, I feel pretty comfortable that there was a gun involved in this crime. Based on the paperwork from Dylan and Bethany, what they saw, what they claimed to see, what they heard, flashes, bangs, various descriptions. And now we've got some of the other channels that do the audio stuff. I've told you guys that I'm too old for the audio stuff. But they're claiming they can hear what sounds like might be gunshots. You combine that with the fact that they destroyed the house and they seem to be in an awful hurry to destroy the house. And even at the time when they were destroying the house, we were saying, what is it about the house? What are they covering up by destroying the house? And certainly if bullet holes were in the walls of that house, and if there was a reason they didn't want us to know that a gun was used in that crime, that would explain, and that's really the only explanation I could come up with why they would want to destroy the house. And then it was brought to my attention today, an additional piece is that original interview with the Gonzalez family. We got a call early that morning from our niece who said, Kaylee's been shot.
Right.
I mean, that was the first recorded report, other than what Dave and Kim have told us. But, I understand the game of telephone. People get things wrong. You could say it's an OD, it's a stabbing, it's a gunshot. The game of telephone, the stakes are a little bit higher when you're calling the deceased mother and telling her that. Like, are you just going to call and say random shit that you can't verify, that you don't know is good information? Mm-hmm. And if you don't know it, there's no need to be specific. You could call and say, I heard something happened to Kaylee. You don't have to say she was shot. You don't have to say, if you don't know for a fact what it is, you don't, and like I said, if you're talking about calling the mother of the deceased, who is apparently a family member, I mean, this is within a family, right? You'd think you'd want to be a little bit more careful what you spit out. And it, it's all starting to fit together to me that there was a gun used in this crime, and that fact is starting to explain a lot of what we saw throughout this investigation. And then you have to ask yourself, who's going to use a gun? And then what's going to motivate the investigating officer? And another fact is how many people are complicit in this cover-up. To me, my truth, what I believe has been proven to me, is all the kids that are part of this group, all of them, really. Anybody who's tight enough with any of the people at that house to be considered in their friend group knows something more is to this story, and is keeping it quiet and participating in a cover-up. And then, the responding officers, Nunez, Rosie, Payne, I mean, half of them, if not the entire Moscow Police Department, but at least half of them, that the ones that were intimately involved in this case, the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, and now we've got a pretty massive cover-up. And what would be worth covering up to that degree? Officer involved,
Yep.
An officer. And I'm not saying that I know. Now I'm going beyond what I know, what I've convinced myself that I know. But I'm just trying to deduce what would make sense. Why would I'm convinced that all these people know something else happened and they're all participating in a cover-up. I can't say that I'm 100% convinced that an officer is involved in the killings, but that's a piece that does fit if you want to go that route. And I've always been hesitant to go that route. I know a lot of people have been saying that from the beginning. I'm not willing to jump out on a ledge like that until
I'll be honest with you. I wasn't comfortable with it for a long time until about the past month.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's just
I'm at the point now where I can comfortably say that is definitely plausible. So
yeah. Again, I'm not saying that that's one of my truths. My truths are gun involved in the crime. All the kids know. Possibly some of the family members, the parents know as well, and certainly the prosecutors and the police, the investigating officers, all know that they're covering up something huge.
right.
So yeah, I'm interested to hear what if Eddie thinks any of those things are off, or if you could expand on it, Eddie.
No, pretty much everything you said, I would agree with. There's nothing that the state doesn't know concerning this. They know that he is innocent, to include the judge. They know what happened, who's involved. And yeah, when you say, the college students, you said kids, but I know what you meant. I try to avoid saying kids. Because that's how we're, that's what the state would say and label them as, so that we all have this sympathy and we get mad at Brian Koberger. But yeah, they know, but they're not. Let's make a distinction so everyone's clear. They're not like pulling one over on law enforcement. Like they're lying. They know, and these statements, they're lying, and somehow law enforcement isn't wise to it, right?
Well, I think if you read the documents about Dylan seeing the gun, it starts off with her saying she saw a gun, and then she starts describing a gun, but she won't say it's a gun, and then she says a cop told her it could have been a bow, and you, as soon as you hear that a cop told her, why is any cop telling her anything? I mean, the cops aren't supposed to be telling her. The cops are supposed to be asking her. And it's in her statement that a cop told her it could have been a bow.
No, I get it. That's what the point I've been trying to make all along. For how long now is her statements morph over time as a result of being influenced?
Well, but I mean, she actually says it right there that a cop told her. And I'm interpreting that, even though it doesn't say that in the documents, but I interpret that as she's been told to distance herself from seeing a gun.
It even says at some point when she's describing early on the Kaylee Xana situation, after learning more information later, then she changes her story and redacts that part of it. Okay, that to me says that after the police officer that she was talking to told her this is what you actually saw, that's when it changed. So that's how I took that. Anyway, go ahead, Jesse.
No, My point is, she's lying because the state needs her to lie. They're welcoming it. They know it's a lie. It helps their narrative. She's not lying because she's tricking them. And
what about the comment about the DNA? You can't find the DNA because we did a deep clean last week. That's pretty damning. You have to agree with that.
I think she's admitting to cleaning after the crime.
I think the state is using that as
Right.
They may have manipulated the crime scene, and it is so clean, and there's no evidence to be found in there. And they're using that as the reason when it was actually them that did the deep cleaning.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, I think it tells you that whoever was in that house that week, and you eliminate them or not, and then I think it's a pretty decent way to have all the DNA or any kind of DNA to eliminate a lot of people. You cleaned, so maybe had a party, right? But like I said, remember how we saw those sprays and we saw there's like kind of black streaks down the wall. It looks like they literally had those spray stuff to make the blood appear. So
Right.
I think I think they were looking. They said they were looking for fingerprints or bloody fingerprints that the person was walking, like maybe, got blood on them and maybe up against the wall. I don't know. They were saying all kinds of stuff. So they had to spray it to find it. So there was evidence of a cleanup, like they said.
I will say that I don't think Dylan is capable of cleaning a crime scene and eliminating all the evidence.
Did you see it? It didn't look like the blood. She couldn't get it all. It was still.
Not herself.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think I would be capable of cleaning a crime
Me
scene
neither.
either.
Not that. I also feel like the pow was to. I don't want to be too graphic, but and then maybe to get the bullet out, they.
I did say that on this.
Did you say that
here before?
I
Yeah.
I got that.
You can always rely on me to pull out the really bloody and gory stuff.
Well, I mean, think of it. They're not recognizable, right? Why do all that damage unless you're looking
The 30 or 50 times. That
surgery?
it
Well,
makes sense.
here, Kane just said something that really kind of floated me over to another portion of what we looked at and talked about. Everybody's been flipping out. I've been thinking about this for a couple weeks now. Ever
Mhm.
since we found out that the silver sedan is what was making the loops and circles around that area, and it wasn't Brian's car.
Mhm.
At one point, now this is just a theory, okay, and don't nobody go crazy on me for this, but I can't stop thinking about the case. We all know that. So I've thought about it in 70,000 different ways. And I don't truly believe everything Molly McMichael says. So there's that too. But if you were to take some of what she says, at one point when she does recognize the redhead, yes, Brian, I know what you're talking about, buddy. It's a big deal. The redhead go by in the tan sedan with the dome light on. Only one person is in the car. Where's the other person that was in the car with him making those passes before? Where were they? That's interesting. That would mean Rosendale was not in the car at that time. Rosendahl, whatever the hell his name is, Rosie. Okay.
Mhm.
And there is something that people have been pointing out for 2.5 years on the back seat of that car. It looks like it could be a gun case. It's been called many different things, but it looks to me like it could hold an assault rifle, possibly. Okay. Is it true? I don't know. It's a thought. It's there's no facts to verify it, but it's interesting.
Makes sense, because didn't the person that dropped them off see a silver something parked on the side road when they were getting dropped off?
Yeah. They were all over that area that night, and they kept stopping by the band field. They kept stopping by that fire hydrant. They kept stopping. Okay. At one point, Molly said she saw one person in the car with red spiky hair. That's Officer Tesdale. Anyway, because he was driving the car. Like I said, the thing on the back seat is mesmerized people for 2 years. I've heard bulletproof vest, gun case, some kind of a something else, zapper, whatever. It's not any of that, but it does look like it could be a folded up bulletproof vest or a gun case, guys. And it made me stop and go, what? Wait a minute. When it came to light that there's a gun involved, and we did see Paul's video talking about the assault rifle, blah, 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 so on and so forth, that would fit right into something that looks just like that. That was very interesting to me.
And the flashes.
Yeah. So you hear firecrackers and flashes. Firecrackers, multiple. That sounds like that type of a weapon, semi-automatic. And I'm just real curious. That's all I'm saying.
But
All I'm
surely that's a clue that could lead us to the perpetrator. Like,
Uh-huh.
frat boys probably don't have these kind of weapons.
That's what I go back and forth. Do you, Jesse? Like
That's
with you
not
guys,
easily accessible to get unless you have some form of
I don't know.
ability to get something like that, Jesse. Yes.
And let's say let's say Showalter's got the connections, he can get access to that.
Right.
There's a lot of people participating in covering this up. Are they really
Uh-huh.
going to do it for Showalter? He doesn't, even though his family's rich, it doesn't seem like the entire town of Idaho wants to risk its reputation for one guy, unless that guy is, it seems like it's got to be bigger than just a frat boy or.
Yeah, I agree. Why would they do it this way? Why would frat people do it? Like this is very gruesome. It's very intentional. It's very. It took a long time. And again, where's the perpetrator's vehicle? How did that get missed out of all the other footage? Why are we not seeing who actually did it? They're not saying this,
Because
right?
they were on foot. There was no perpetrator video.
Come on, man.
Sorry. That's
Now
me.
who's on
But
the right,
what are the
right.
odds that
Or somebody picked them up?
what are the odds that a local police officer could be friends with some of the other guys that are involved in the frat?
Yeah, that's a good.
What are the odds that these dudes going around opening dumpsters and appearing to grab something right off the top of the dumpster? I mean, they're not dumpster diving. They're not digging. That footage of those guys going into those dumpsters, they're not digging in there. They're like opening the lid, sticking their hand in and grabbing something as if they knew it would be there. What the hell is that? And don't tell me that has nothing to do with this crime.
No, that's interesting. It is. And it's happened in more than one place there too. So
And what is that storage? There's a storage unit or something, a locked storage unit under the house or next to something that nobody's ever gotten into, or I don't know. I just feel like nobody's saying where. If Brian did this, did he teleport into the house and nobody saw him? He's like the elusive Brian Koberger. He's unscathed. He gets in and out. Like, was he portaling in? It doesn't make sense. Like everything that you guys said, I agree with. It's like, for me, it's like true whodunit. Like, I know that everybody has their povs trying to, he figured out, I don't know who he's alluding to half the time. So I don't really, but I just know that it doesn't seem like it was Brian. And there doesn't seem like one person. And where are they? How did they get away with us not seeing who they, all this their camera footage.
simply says undercover LE reasoning to make themselves known around the area would keep students indoors instead of roaming the area, less eyewitnesses. Is a good point. Simply, that's been said before, that those guys were there to kind of keep. Yeah,
it would deter somebody, right? 3 loops around. Wouldn't that deter somebody from picking that house right there? You have, not that you knew it was an undercover, but you have a DoorDash driver, you have an Uber driver dropping somebody off.
What he's saying, though, is that it would keep people seeing them out there patrolling.
Yeah.
Would keep people from being outside. In turn, people not being outside, they're not going to see as much as what they would have seen. So, yeah, that's a good point, simply. I understand completely.
Either way, it could deter them, or it could be to watch out to make sure nobody else sees what's going on.
And it's weird that they stayed in that area, patrolling that area that whole time. They didn't leave until a certain period of time. They were there the whole time, circling and circling and circling and circling. And then at some point, then they take off. That's interesting to me.
Oh, yeah. Do we know about what time did we know the Banfield stop with? That was actually what time that was? Was that the real time, or?
I'm not 100% sure on that yet because of the whole issue with the possibility of the time being off. But it is interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, seeing 4 people walk up to the house at 2:45, or could have been 3:45, or then we see 4 people leaving the house. Why would somebody pick that house that didn't know the Pope?
There was all this controversy about a targeted attack in the beginning too, right?
Yes.
Even Megyn Kelly did a thing like,
right,
how dare you say it's a targeted attack if you don't know, because they tried to back away from that after saying it.
They had no idea.
I think after going through all these documents, it's quite clear that it was a targeted attack. You're starting to see there's motives and there's things that are going on that are making these people a target. And I'm sure it's Kaylee that's the target at this point. It feels like it's Kaylee was summoned to Moscow. She was there for one night. Also, there's some extremely inconsistent stories about why Kaylee had moved out, why she was moving out, how long she had been moved out for, and to what degree she had moved out. Some people have tried to represent this as like Kaylee she's long gone. She's completely moved out. And then, you know, some people are like, yeah, she was gone for a week. At the end of the day, it doesn't appear that she moved any furniture. She was still paying bills. She hadn't taken any steps to absolve herself from paying bills. So it sounds to me like she rather abruptly left Moscow for a specific reason. And that's, you know, she out of fear or conflict. There was either something that made her fearful or some kind of conflict that she was trying to get away from for a short period of time. And obviously a lot of people would know exactly what that is, and they're including her mother and her sister, and they're not being honest about that with us. And I just, you know, try to picture yourself, Krista, at 20, 21 years old, and having like a sorority off-campus sorority house, and that life and that social life. Yeah, you might go visit your parents, but you're not going to go for 3 weeks to visit your parents.
No.
If that social life is right there, right?
And you leave your stuff. You left all your stuff there.
And your dog, and you know, I don't see it.
Yeah, and the fact that
I don't see visiting your parents for more than a weekend.
And her office was still there, or whatever that room was, all her personal. I'm just saying, like everything. Now, what if she got freaked out by something that somebody that was maybe watching her?
Did you notice they're throwing office tools on the court at WNBA games now?
I know. I mean, we know what it was, but it's just, I don't feel like that. Only I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say. A lot of the questions revolve around Kaylee, right? So
I mean, the thing that we need to say, though, I mean, our opinions aside, it's just motive. Yeah. I mean, it's motive.
It is. To be honest, it is. It could be. And the fact that nobody talks about it may be a cover. They're covering that whole thing up completely. It's a nothing burger, they'll say. I mean, but honestly, like she could have got freaked out by somebody that was watching her. Or she could have.
And I forgot to lump in Scott Green when I was lumping in all the collaborators here. Because the fact that Scott Green was having daily meetings with law enforcement, and he had to okay. It sounds like they had to go to him for the okay to proceed on things, and then he wrote a book about it. And I still think for people that have time on their hands that want to, you know, crack this investigation, going back and reading Scott Green's book and comparing it to what we're seeing in the documents now, and looking for inconsistencies in his story would maybe point us in the right direction.
Isn't he the what is he, the DA or something, or
the president of the university?
He wrote a book? He wrote a book?
Yeah.
He was involved in the investigation from the start.
On the beginning.
And then he wrote a book on how to overcome the how do you word it? The chaos of
tragedy, the chaos of the
tragedy. Yeah. He basically, I'm going to write the book on how to deal with kids getting murdered at your university and coming out smelling like roses on the other side. So puffing his chest out about the fact that he's coming out smelling like roses on the other side.
Yeah.
Wasn't there four more murders after that? Isn't it Idaho 8 basically? I mean,
there were 4 separate murders in different times within the next 2 years. Yes.
That is nuts to me. That is not something that sounds safe to be.
There's other things that they didn't record either that happened there.
Brian's locked up, so who's doing the other murders?
There's a lot of shit that happens on that campus that is never reported because they don't take reports on their calls. We proved that. Like one out of every 50, there's a report taken. It's ridiculous. By the way, thank you, Leah. I appreciate you.
Probably, Gucci. Probably. I would be watching all social media too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they've watched all of us at some point.
I figure out what's going on.
There's probably feds in here too.
If we go missing,
there has been in mine. I know there has been.
I just feel like I always try to figure when people say, "Well, who do you think did it?" Then I'm like, then I'm completely like,
any police department that responds to multiple calls in a night and does not take one report
the fuck is that? How do you?
Why is that acceptable in the eyes of the Department of Justice? Why is that okay? Or wait, is that part of what the parallel investigations were going on about? Because I had heard rumor that Moscow PD was being investigated at some point for different things that were going on, such as women being assaulted at different times. That one story I heard not too long ago was that somebody went to a call and there were 2 officers involved, and that during the call, it was a domestic situation. That one officer was inside dealing with the situation, and meanwhile separated the 2, and the other woman went out to the car with the other officer, and something bad happened to her while that happened. So when you have things like this that are being put out there, people don't just make this shit up out of nowhere. There's got to be there's some form of truth somewhere within there. Okay. You have to have something to build off of, in my opinion. So
how were the other 4 murdered? Was it all different? How were they same way?
Aiden Young overdosed because he was given drugs by 2 people that a lot of people think were involved in this, possibly.
Oh, okay.
Well, got out of the charges, completely dropped, and they moved on to something else.
Just kind of disappeared, poof, transported.
There was another girl that I still question. In the very beginning, I questioned. Used to be Maddie's roommate. That she supposedly took her own life. They lived in a different home. She supposedly took her own life at home with her parents, but her other roommate said that it wasn't quite like that. There was something else that she overdosed on for reasons unbeknownst. Okay, so there's that. There was another guy that drowned in a mud puddle. Shit, what's his name?
Suspected hazing.
It was waterboarding. Yeah. What the hell was this guy? It starts with an H or something, Mama Bear. Remember him?
I'm thinking because every time you ask, I have it in my head till you ask, and then as soon as you
somebody
ask
will throw it in the chat here in a minute.
You're blowing my effing mind right now. You're
Hudson
blowing
Ludlow.
Hudson Lindau. That's it.
Lindau. There we go.
What? She's his best friend. You're telling me all these people are gone. Maddie's ex-roommate's gone. You've got to be kidding me, guys. Come on now. This is obvious now. Come on.
What's obvious is that there is problems after problems after on this campus that are not. That goes back to my whole theory on things. Like the campus, the university needs to be protected. The people that run the university need to be protected. The town that supports the university needs to be protected.
Or investigated. Investigated, it would be more like it to me.
Well, you're missing my point. What I'm saying is that's why these things are happening the way they are, because they have to protect these things. They have to protect the reputation of the university, the area, the people. That's why this is happening.
And the fraternities. Because
I'm confused. Please tell me how you're protecting it when there's murder, when you're allowing murders to go on. How is that protecting a university? By what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. They know these things are happening. Okay.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're protecting the reputation of this area by not talking about it and keeping it quiet. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, I get it, but it still happens. You know.
Yes, his name was Hudson Lindau. He was found. Supposedly, he drowned in a damn mud puddle, which is a joke. He was waterboarded to death. Okay, due to hazing, and
he's best friends with Ethan.
And they covered it up, saying that that's what happened, so that it doesn't. Because once again, if it gets out in the news that a student died due to hazing practices at a fraternity, guess what's going to happen? People are going to go, "Oh, Idaho's a shitty school to go to, so no, we're not going to send our kids there." That's reputational bashing, and they can't have that. Thank you, Fizzy. And I did get what you sent me to.
My brain goes to they knew something. That's why they're not here any longer. That's where my brain goes.
Well, it's not even. It doesn't have to be that. It's just that they were hazed too much, and it caused the problem. It happens all the time.
But why? Because they never happened before the murders, right?
No, it's always happened, Krista. In
it's a common problem all throughout the United States.
Yeah,
I know. I'm talking about in this specific incident.
It's always happened within the Sigma Chi fraternity all over the United States. The hazing was always been an issue,
and they've been murdered. They've all have people that have been murdered.
No, they don't die. The hazing. Here's what hazing is. If you don't know,
I know what the hazing is. I'm saying they're hazing them and killing them because they know something. In my head, That's
no,
why.
No.
hazing has. If you're joining a fraternity, people
know
haze.
it-
It happens. It's a
I
normal
know.
thing.
I know what
That's
happens.
how
but
you
I'm
get
saying,
in. You take your thing, but
It's
it
just
just
hazing
sounds like,
gone too far.
yeah, they
but
just
why
went too
does it
far.
have to be the people that are related to the Idaho 4? You know what I'm saying? It's just a little awkward. It's a little weird that it's just people that his best friend and ex roommate, and it's
Well,
like,
Hudson, I don't know that Hudson and Ethan were so close as that
Well-
they just knew each other.
and then you got, the other one looks like that
But-
the life force has
but-
been drained out of him.
The theory behind one of the theories behind that was that Ethan knew the truth about that
hmm
and was going to make a statement or said something or whatever, may have threatened it. Who knows?
And that was
And that was part of one of the reasons why he was taken out, possibly.
Okay,
There's
well-
a lot of different angles and theories to this that could be. We've looked into all of them. So
this really makes me go back to now that it's somebody in a fraternity and the popo, we're okay with it.
well, these group of kids, it seems to be three. Okay. Haley, Maddie, and Xana left their sororities for reasons. There's that. Okay. Ethan possibly knew something about bad shit going on in the fraternity. There's
Mhm.
that. So all of these people had reason to have people dislike them. Okay. There's somebody out there that absolutely hated Xana, supposedly. There were people that made really, really disgusting statements about
Haley.
Kaylee and Maddie on 4chan. I mean, some shit that I've never seen or heard. Like, you got a dirty ass mind
Yeah.
to make even remotely make a statement like that. It's disgusting
Mhm.
what they called her and stuff like that. So,
Mhm.
and these people that do that, there's hatred. There's hatred for whatever reasons. You know, it was stated by Kaylee's sister that Maddie and Kaylee were looked at as mean girls at one time, possibly, which that could be.
Mhm.
You know, she even said her sister at one point was a bitch. She could be, if she needed to be, which anybody can. Okay. But it is what it is. The whole thing is there's many possibilities as to people that had reasons to go after these kids. There's many, many, many reasons it could be. But the big and short of it all, in my opinion, is that the university itself.
Guys, sorry. Hold on. There's a fight outside of my house.
Oh,
I'll be right
What?
back. Fight.
A fight.
a fight outside of her house.
Oh, I forgot where she lived at. It happens. But that, like, the big and short of it all, like I said, is that the university itself needs to protect itself from these things being thrown out to the world, and otherwise their reputation goes down the toilet. And that's a big part of this, possibly, to me. You know what I mean?
Didn't Hannah Cleary have a connection as well?
That's who I was talking about. She's the roommate. She used to be the roommate with Maddie, and
Maddie, that's right.
that she was picked on and bullied and all that really, really bad, which is what the other roommate said is the reason why she took her own life. And it's strange, supposedly, how she did it, because she overdosed on Benadryl. You know how much Benadryl you got to take to overdose
That
enough?
would be a lot of
Die.
Benadryl.
Right. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. David Loach hated Xana and Ethan both. That could be the person they were talking about. And you notice we haven't heard shit about him. Okay, he hated them, and I think it's because of things that were known and secrets. There's a lot of secrets here. That if these secrets all came out at one time, oh boy, it'd be like World War III. So those are my thoughts. Go ahead, guys. I have to answer this real quick.
Jesse and Krista
Yeah.
and Mama Bear, anybody for that matter, concerning the multiple cleanups. Do you guys believe that there was multiple cleanups?
I do now. Because of the pictures now that I think about and how they said they had whatever that spray is, they had to look for the stains, or they had to look for other stuff. So they sprayed. So obviously they think somebody cleaned up to find,
I mean, where is all the blood? Where's all the? Isn't there references to blood in the documents that is not seen in the photographs, particularly on the pong table? But yeah, I mean, I certainly think there's not just cleaning, but staging.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that maybe she's confused about who was in where, because it didn't really end up, it didn't go that way. And they're saying, no, this person's, you know what I'm saying?
So people have talked about this too, like the cups were in formation on the pong table in the photographs.
Yes.
Like,
On one end, but
like
not
that,
the other. Yeah.
Like that table had been in the middle of that room, basically blocking the direct path out in and out of that room.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in a hurry or you're being chased or you're attacking, you're going to want to knock that table right out of your way. Or at least if you're trying to run around it, you're going to bump it, knock everything off of it, knock it up. And in the documents, it even says that the table was knocked upside down.
Yep.
And then you see the table right side up, clean as a whistle with
A knife on
the
it.
cups in formation. I mean, that's just
And what's still
mind-boggling.
with eyes behind the back of her head, she's got to run past it. That little space is between the stairs. Somebody had to run past it, right? To look, and then looking back at Xana to see that she's passed out or whatever with underwear on. So you're looking behind you as you're running past that table to go down those steps, right? Dylan or Bethany.
Your instinct should get you to approach the table, get halfway past it, and fling it at your attacker, right? Like
She was running.
you-
They didn't know anybody was there, right? Isn't it when she was just running scared to the bottom bedroom or something? Is that their steps she went
who,
to?
Dylan, you mean?
Yeah, who ran past it and had to look back to see
Well,
Xana's body?
I mean, based on the story the state gave us, didn't Xana run up the stairs, see what was happening to Kaylee and Maddie, then have to flee, go down the stairs, and was chased downstairs, and then attacked basically,
Or
in front of
vice
her.
versa. It was Kaylee. Vice versa. It was Kaylee, maybe possibly that did that too. We heard so.
So the person that we saw on that floor was Xana, right?
The point being is, whoever it was, you would have
Right.
thought they would have used the table to put some distance between themselves and the person
Sure.
chasing them.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know it was whoever was running to their bedroom. It was either Dylan or Bethany said they had to go. They didn't look back, or they looked back and saw Xana laying there, thought she was passed out in her underwear, but they had to run past the pong table, go down the steps. You're going to bump into that goddamn thing.
I mean, that table would be so important as far. I think you survive if you can get past that table and then throw it in front of your attacker. That's going to allow you just enough time to get out that front door, or get out of the house, or get to Ethan, or save your life. Basically, that's how key that table would be if you were being attacked the way the state says it went down. But I guess nothing that we see actually leads us to believe that they're correct about the way it went down.
Those 4 people could have ran out of the house and ran further. If there was only one person attacking 4 people, the other 3 people had time to run out of the house. You know what I'm saying? Or run to the door.
What if that table was flipped upside down, thrown across the room, and during the cleanup time they put it back all together the way it was?
Well, that's what it looks like. Except the other end looks messed up. The other end's like destroyed. Like they had played the game, or actually, I don't know. I think they were on the floor. Some of the, and they're starting the game, but then the game's played on the other end. You know what I'm saying? Those balls were in those cups. How are they also? They didn't ever play that game. That game never even started. They remember she said she heard it moving too. She thought she had heard the beer pong table moving, or the dog dancing, or.
I thought she heard it getting knocked over.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things. She heard a lot of murderous
That's
things.
what I understood too.
That probably, yeah. And then running past it, and you have to look back to see Xana. And I saw her laying in her underwear, so I thought it was normal. But you're scared to run to Bethany's room, but you're running past the table, looking backwards, and you have this small of a space to get by, and you don't knock it over, Dylan. I'm sorry.
Tomboy pointed out that the defense actually had a ballistic expert set to testify as well. So that's just one more notch on that list of things that have me believing that it's proven to me that a gun's involved in this crime. So quite possibly there was no chasing around the table.
Right.
Quite possibly it was just a matter of walking in the door and pop, double tap, and good night. And like you said, maybe they how do you say this?
They
Desecrated the bodies to remove the evidence, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get rid of because we can't figure out what weapon was used. They don't know what was, because it was so destroyed. The faces were unrecognizable. Another
I
thing,
had thoughts about the fact that Kaylee might have been downstairs in her office doing something at that one point in time, and that's where the scream was heard. Somebody shocked her, scared her. She goes taking off, running all the way upstairs. Somebody's in the house. And it tries to warn everybody. And at that point, maybe people came through both doors. Who knows? Okay.
Right.
Front and back door, which would explain the back door being left open, so on and so forth. And they got them cornered, and they, somebody goes in and deals with Xana and Ethan first, and she comes running back down the stairs because they hear it says that she goes up and down the stairs. She sees what's going on, bolts back up, and she's chased upstairs then. So I have a whole thing in my head with this that does make sense to me. I'm just not saying I don't know 100% if it's sure. Hey, Kara, good to see you, dear.
I thought the same thing about her being. If I heard Kaylee run up the steps, then that would mean she's on the floor with the extra bedroom in Bethany's room, right? Whoever was on that first floor, I forget.
Right, and that could also explain Kaylee possibly being on the second floor for a period of time, trying to warn Xana and or coming downstairs and finding Xana already deceased and crying, and that other person approaching her saying, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," and whatever, and then she bolts. And they chase her down, and that's when her and Maddie get taken out. Hey, Texas, good to see you, bud.
And somebody that says, "I'm going to help you," a cop would say something like that to make her believe that in a second.
Well, and that what bingo, stop right there, freeze. Okay, thank you for saying that. I was getting to that point. That was part of what my theory was earlier, is that the fact that was stated, it's okay, I'm here to help you. Well, anybody that you don't know that comes in out of nowhere, dressed with a ski mask on, is gonna go, "Why? Fuck you! You're not here to help me. I'm gone." You know what I'm saying? Right. But if a police officer comes in and makes that statement, then you might stop and go, "Oh, well, thank you. Okay, good. I'm glad you're here." Until that is where that came from in my thought process. So, have you seen BK's request to be transferred in his first grief? No, I haven't yet, Texas. I'm sure it's coming. There's going to be a lot of that. Thank you, Gara. We'll get back to it tomorrow. Like I said, guys, I got to take it easy on this because this will blank your brain. I know it wore me out yesterday, and that's why I couldn't read them last night. But we will get through these. But I like to discuss them as we go through them bit by bit. Brainstorm, as Jesse calls it, because there's a lot of that here, and we do great think tanks in here where we break things down and try to make sense of what we got so far. And if we take it little by little, we can come to a decent point. Where are you going, Brian?
Bomb Toy says stop.
I've seen that. Bomb Toy said stop. I'm stopping, Bomb Toy.
Real quick, somebody asked when his 42 days are up. I looked it up. It's September 3rd.
Okay. So we got 10 more days plus, actually.
Do we ever hear on anything on who did the cell phone, who was recording him? Like, they're supposed to do an investigation to see who was recording the poor guy in his cell. I guess they never heard anything about that, right?
They'll figure that out sooner or later.
I do think the Barnharts kind of told on themselves, but by some of their statements, who did the Dateline, the release to Dateline, because all that narrative seems to come from them. So I think they're probably the ones that released it to Dateline.
That's awful. The smart thing would be like, I'm not going to write that on my report. That's ridiculous. If he has pictures, he has pictures. That means that the phone wasn't shut off. Like, don't say that. If it's the most ridiculous thing I ever had to write was to say that his phone was shut off and it doesn't take pictures. So don't write that. Say, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
All right, Kane, I got you, brother. That's hilarious. There's Buddy Bear. I love it. I love it, dude. He can't access the law library. That's great.
He can or can't. He can or can't.
He can't.
Why? Why not?
Well, they probably won't allow for it because of where he's in PC at. But
I think that's illegal.
As said in the motions, I'm glad you did that, King. You made me laugh. I needed that, bro. That Kaylee running back upstairs was impossible because she was already deceased at that point. Per me, I believe she said possibly. It's possible. But at least at that point, something, I don't know. It's very, very, there's a lot of different angles to that would make some sense. Plus,
we're also forgetting it happened in 3 minutes or 7 minutes. So, I mean,
it's been many minutes and different versions of it. You too, Brian. I appreciate you being here, buddy.
Guys, real quick before I hop down, I haven't finished my thought. I asked about the multiple cleanups of the crime scene, and if you believe that that is true, then I'll leave you with this thought. What explains that? What group or what entity could be the only ones that can do that?
Right.
Yep. I know.
I mean, hopefully you all arrive at that yourself too.
Good point.
There's no choices. There's no multiple. You can't have multiple different groups doing that.
Well, I think that's what I was kind of saying when I said I don't think Dylan's capable of cleaning up a crime scene, and
Not completely.
you know, I said that for a long time I didn't want to say it was law enforcement without, you know,
Mhm.
I didn't have enough to say that, but things are really starting to point at. I just can't come up with anything else other than law enforcement.
Yeah, unless she did by law enforcement's directive. She's
Mhm.
doing their request, right?
I don't know, man. You ever tried to give kids directives these days?
Yeah. She's also trying to say what happened, and they're telling her that's not what happened. Like,
I don't know. My son's 22, and I don't think he could clean a crime scene if I told him what to do.
I can't even do the dishes for me. Like, come on.
Not the way it needs to be cleaned. No, they could try to clean it the way they clean something and miss everything. I agree with that one.
People are
but
when you guys
Dago,
agree with the lady
just,
about the judge. Oh yeah, we did that circus. We did do that last night. We're gonna be following up on that case too, because there's a lot of shit opening up over there. It's been quiet for a while, but I've been telling you guys. I can't talk for shit today. I've been telling you guys that we're gonna be following that, and as things are happening, I will be like running them here. In the Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullins case, the doors are wide open now. Things are coming out left and right. In that case, holy shit! Like they're
I mean, if you can have judges sleeping with all these women that are on ankle bracelets, the kind of stuff we're suggesting in the Idaho 4 is child's play in comparison.
Everyone actually believe that things aren't possible and capable of things. I
mean, it's not even ankle bracelets. They just checked him out of jail and took him home.
They were taking him home for the night. Like,
I can't believe that. I am so. My mouth is. I can't. My jaw's.
Electric County Courthouse is basically a brothel, folks.
I'm like, I read the laugh, but like, holy fuck.
I mean,
I said that guy did that, and he was so. That guy had to be so angry at that judge to do that on camera. Like something flipped in his brain.
He was done. He was fed up. I think Mickey Steins is probably the only person that wasn't involved in this, and was probably tired of seeing things happening. Okay, and just was done. And I think at some point, because there was a statement made that about threats that went out to people and why people did certain things they did, they would take your kids from you. She said, if you didn't do this or do that. Well, guess what? Mickey made a statement at one point in time where he stated, they're trying to kidnap my wife and daughter.
Oh my God, dude.
What threat was made to him for him to snap the way he did? Well, I'm telling you right now, and he's going to be looked at like a hero when this is over with.
Wow.
In my opinion, because he stopped a lot of people from being harmed and saved a lot of people's lives in some aspects, in my opinion. And it's funny because they even stated that the guy that Mickey had to fire, his deputy, that was actually named in this, I can't think of his name right off the get, but they emptied out a specific cell for him to have his own private cell with a brand new bed and a flat screen TV. And he had access to all sorts of commissary and soda. He could go in and out of the cell whenever he felt like it. I mean, and he was a deputy, but I don't give a fuck who you are. Right. You committed a crime, you do the time. That's all there is to it. I mean, this is like.
Wasn't Mickey afraid that somebody was he was afraid they were gonna jump him or kill him, or he's like
afraid they were gonna kill him because of what he was gonna talk about. And that's what I think that his wife and kid were threatened, and that's why Stein said no. And I told SRB, listen, I don't think the guy should get a whole lot of time. He did kill somebody, okay? I get it. But
temporary insanity. It's temporary insanity.
At that point, based on stressful situation, it threw him into temporary insanity, in my opinion. He felt like his family was threatened. I told SRB I'd have probably done the same thing. Truly would have probably done the same thing. So we're going to be following up with that as well. I know Lana's going to be doing that. She had said earlier, I'd like to join her over there for that too, because it's really getting interesting over there. But we are going to keep on reading these documents day to day till we get through them all and discussing them as we do to see what we come up with, because there's a lot coming out. It's becoming interesting. I say that much more interesting, but
Richard said Mickey's daughter was in the crosshairs because he lives 90 minutes away.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Thanks,
my
Richard.
God, Annie.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. And that's what I've heard too. And she was a pretty girl. So if they're going to throw her into the mix, guys, they were having parties. They were inviting people to parties
with their wives, dude.
Are you leaving, Jesse?
Okay. My ass is killing me. I got to stand up.
Thank you, friend.
You need to get a better seat there, Jesse. A little cushion or something.
Thank you.
Well,
Bye.
hi.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you joining us every time.
Great to see you, Mama. Hi.
I know. Hi.
Yes. Thank you, Dago and Eddie.
All right, guys, and I Miss Krista here up here next to us has a channel for those of you that aren't familiar, and we shared the live stream in here.
Yeah, I'm going live in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay, there it is right there. If you guys want to go check that out, I think it would be a great thing to support her as well. I think we should all try to support her in that aspect too. Oh, there's Mama Bear. I forgot what you looked like. Jesus.
I know, right?
I get to say hi.
So yeah, if you guys could do that, please check it out. Click that link, jump over, support it, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't, hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss it. I'm going to try to be back in here later on in some form or another. If not, you'll see me in the morning or somewhere else, depending on what goes on other channels. But I appreciate you guys so very much. Mama Bear, thank you for being here. Eddie, as always, it's an honor to have you here, my brother.
Thank you.
Krista, same for you. Buddy Bear.
It's great. That was
everybody soon
as well for being here. And yes, Eddie, take care, brother. I'll see you soon.
you guys.
Thank you as well. Hopefully I'll see you soon over at your place. And well, Mama Bear, you know. So
Yep.
Thank you. Guys, please also, guys, we got to keep, if you have not yet subscribed, I see there's some new people in here. If we could drop Mama Bear's link in here, please subscribe to her channel, hit the notification bell, and hit the like button over there as well, please. And thank you. Besides that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. I'll see you soon. Probably tomorrow.
This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, mind on the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling chill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my intellect to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot and they. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep. This for the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Yeah. From the cafe to the crib. We all ride. Dago. The meatballs. To the last upload, man.